Okay, before we get underway with the pregame show, let's go ahead and test out the audio as we get set for a doubleheader tonight. This day-night doubleheader, Fort Lauderdale and the visiting Ohio Christian University Trailblazers. Fort Lauderdale 3 and 5, Ohio Christian 1 and 4. Let's see what happens when both teams are matched up. And with Fort Lauderdale back at home, let's see if they can get back into the win column. They're 3-0 at home so far in the year. I'll be back for the pregame show in about 5 or 6 minutes. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Plantation High School in Plantation, Florida, South Florida to be exact. And tonight we have a real treat. We have a doubleheader, basically a day-night twin bill for you, as Fort Lauderdale is back at home against the visiting Ohio Christian University Trailblazers. Ohio Christian coming into this game with a record of 1-4 overall in the season, and they played all of their games on the road, so they've not been able to experience a home game on their home base just outside of Columbus, Ohio. For Fort Lauderdale, meanwhile, this is their second home series of the year, and really, you could say there's no place like home. Their first series they had of the season, a 3-game stint against the Trinity Baptist College Eagles right here at Plantation High School. Fort Lauderdale got the sweep Friday and Saturday, January 27th and 28th. Then they hit the road for 5 straight games, including a 3-game series at Warner, where Fort Lauderdale lost all 3 games, including a heartbreaker in the first game, where they had a 3-run lead going to the bottom of the 9th, gave up 4 runs, and lost the game. This is followed up by losses, back-to-back losses to Warner of 4-2 and 4-3, followed then by an unprecedented doubleheader against the top 2 teams in the NAIA. Lewis Clark College from Idaho and Southeastern University from Lakeland, where Fort Lauderdale lost both of those games 13-3 and 20-0. So Fort Lauderdale glad to be back at home and glad to be able to bring the games back to the fans going up against Ohio Christian. And Fort Lauderdale has the right man on the mound for the job today, and Jack Keeler, who will be making his 3rd start of the 2023 campaign. He doesn't have a record, but he comes in with a very respectable 1.23 ERA, 1.59 ERA in 2 starts. The first start he had at home, he went the distance but did not get a decision because Fort Lauderdale was unable to complete the victory until the bottom half of the 9th inning. That was in the first game of a doubleheader a couple weeks ago against Trinity Baptist. So Keeler looking for his first win of the season, and he has the right squad around him to do the job. That will be the story for Fort Lauderdale. The pitching and getting timely hits with runners in scoring position. We will have it looks like we will have a delay, game most likely delayed. There will be an update when we have more. I was just given the pregame remarks, and that's what I had written down to me when the update was given. So we will have the game delayed, at least for the time being. We'll take a break, and I will see you when we know anything more about what's going on. So take care. Welcome back to the UFTL Sports Network. David Griffith back again, and I mentioned right before that we went to our first break, I got a handwritten notice that the game would most likely be delayed. The start of the game would most likely be delayed, and the reason for that is because apparently there was a delay with the umpires getting to the field. Well, right as we went to break, the umpires arrived, so we will have, apparently, if there is any delay, it will be only just a few minutes, but the umpires are here. They're here before the 4:30 start time. Both managers are going out to both head coaches are going out to home plate to exchange lineup cards. and then we should be underway, if not right on time at 4:30, just a few minutes late, couple minutes late. But all in all, we have a baseball game to play. We have a doubleheader to play, and we have a game between two teams looking to get back on a winning track. And we have a game where two teams are looking to do just that. Teams are willing to pull out all the stops. Will Fort Lauderdale be able to get back on winning track? We'll find out in just a few minutes. When we come back, we will have the national anthem and the starting lineups from Plantation High School.
Welcome to Plantation High School for today's collegiate baseball doubleheader between the visiting Trailblazers of Ohio Christian University and your University of Fort Lauderdale Eagles. And now let's meet today's starting lineups. First for the visiting Trailblazers. At second base, number 2, C. Smith. At left field, number 3, T. Henry. At first base, number 23, C. Lee. Designated hitter, number 1, S. Crane. In left field, number 12, C. Hyde. At third base, number 41, Brian Long. At center field, number 24, P. Rockhold. At catcher, number 21, C. Glandon. And at shortstop, number 16, C. Nichols. On the mound is number 7, Santa Padre.
Bring 'em out, bring 'em out, bring 'em out, bring 'em out. It's hard to yell when the barrel's in your mouth. Come on.
And now, the starting lineup for your University of Fort Lauderdale Eagles. At center field, number 3, Wilbert Javier Vargas. In right field, number 40, Justin Martinez. The designated hitter, number 0, Ryan Rickenberg. At first base, number 4, Josh Pitt. At second base, number 2, Adeline Goulet. At shortstop, number 4, Chance York. At third base, number 36, Eli Wilhelm. At catcher, number 22, Alexis Osasio. At left field, number 14, Eric Scott. And on the mound for the Eagles, number 23, Jack Peeler. At this time, we ask you please rise, remove your hats as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem.
So there you have the starting lineups for both teams. First for the visiting Ohio Christian University Trailblazers. Batting first is the second baseman, number 2, Carter Smith. Batting second and left field is number 3, Trey Henry. Batting third, number 23, Colton Lee, the first baseman. In the cleanup spot, the designated hitter, number 1, Spencer Crane. Batting fifth, number 12, Carter Hyde, the right fielder. Batting sixth, number 41, Bryant Lung. Number 41, the third baseman. Batting seventh, number 24, Par Rockhull, the center fielder. Number 21, Carter Glandon, the eighth place hitter, the catcher. And batting ninth is number 16, Seth Nichols, the shortstop. Ohio Christian University in their blue and white color scheme, looking like the LA Dodgers or Kansas City Royals, whichever way you want to make it. Fort Lauderdale in their white uniforms with maroon numbers. On the hill for Fort Lauderdale in this game is number 23, Jack Keeler, who comes into this game with no record, making his third start on this young season, and he's pitched really well, a 1.59 ERA in 11 1/3 innings pitched, giving up 6 hits, 3 runs, 2 of them earned, 3 walks, and 9 strikeouts, averaging a 3-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. And for Keeler, he wants to be able to utilize his fastball, his changeup, and his slider from the get-go. The one thing that's common with him when he goes deep into games is that if he can utilize his off-speed stuff early in the contest, he can go the distance, but only if he establishes his off-speed stuff early. If not, and he starts to get into trouble, he can be in for a long night. So away we go for the first batter of the contest at Plantation High School. Jack Keeler on the mound facing Carter Smith, as Fort Lauderdale is back at home after 5 straight games on the road. The first pitch on its way from Keeler. He deals a fastball, and it's swung on and fouled off to the left for 1 strike. The temperature at the first pitch is 79 degrees. It feels like 82, a little bit humid, a little bit breezy, but all in all, very comfortable for a day-night doubleheader in mid-February. Slight breeze, but it is comfortable. 1 strike to Smith, swinging a grounder to short, charging in on is Chance Muir, the shortstop. Throw on to first base, and plenty of time to retire Carter Smith, the second baseman, for 1 out. 6-3 put out, and a good start for Jack Keeler. The 6-3 put out. The first pitch, by the way, delivered at 4:35 p.m., so 5 minutes late, and that's pretty good when you consider the fact the umpires were late arriving here. And I'd said in the pregame that the game might have been delayed, the start of the game, because the umpires had yet to arrive, but here they are. Together, we have baseball. Trey Henry, the left fielder, batting second, and he swings and misses at a fastball that's down and away, and Henry couldn't help himself. It's 1 strike. With 1 out in the top half of the first inning, basically just underway at Plantation High School, no score. Carter Smith grounded out to short to begin this contest. The 0-1 pitch, swing, and a foul tip into the glove of the catcher, Alexis Ocasio. It's 0-2. A lot of fans for Ohio Christian today have made the long trek from Ohio, the Midwest. Ohio Christian located just outside of the state capital of Columbus. Fastball up and away, a waste pitch to Henry. He has a good take on it. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1-2 from Keeler. He deals. Slider is fouled off to the left. And it's 1-2 as that one trickles over by the OCU bullpen. Still 1 ball, 2 strikes. Again, the 1-2 from Keeler. Swinging a liner hit to left field. Eric Scott moving to his right over by the left field line, and he has plenty of space, and he read that one perfectly and makes the grab for out number 2. A frozen rope from Henry, and Keeler has retired the first 2 in this first game. First game of this doubleheader. And it brings up the first baseman and third place hitter Colton Lee. Lee coming into this game hitting .250, his 5th game played and 5th start. He has 9 at-bats, and he scored twice against 3 hits. He's one of the players on Ohio Christian who really knows how to get on base if needed. First pitch from Keeler, fastball at the knees, drops a little low. It's 1-0. 2 outs in the top of the first inning, no score. Colton Lee looking to extend the inning for Ohio Christian as they're looking to get their first base runner on. Swinging a liner, and it's caught by the third baseman, Eli Wilhelm, moving to his left, getting the left hand where the glove is extended, and making the catch to end the inning. A 1-2-3 inning for Jack Keeler as he sets OCU down 1-2-3. Bottom of the first coming up, Wilbert Javier Vargas to lead off against John Santopadre for Ohio Christian. Getting ready for the bottom of the first inning as Jack Keeler sent Ohio Christian down 1-2-3, and now it's Fort Lauderdale's turn. The batting lineup looks as such. Batting first is number 3, Wilbert Javier Vargas, the center fielder. Batting second is number 40, Justin Martinez in right field. Batting third is number 0, Ryan Riffenberg, the DH. Batting fourth is J.D. Tibbs, Josh Tibbs, number 19 at first base. Batting fifth at second base, number 2, Aderlin Kubalete. Batting sixth, number 4, Chance Muir at shortstop. Batting seventh at third base, number 36, Eli Wilhelm. Batting eighth, the catcher, number 22, Alexis Ocasio. And batting ninth is number 14, Eric Scott, the left fielder. On the mound for Ohio Christian tonight is number 7, John Santopadre, a sophomore, 5'10", 160-pound right-hander from Black Lick, Ohio. There's no stats on him on the stat board, so I think it's safe to assume that this is his first start of the 2023 season. He's not very tall, and he's certainly not very powerful, 5'10" and 160, and he'll have his hands full against Fort Lauderdale's lineup, especially the top of the order. Wilbert Javier Vargas leads off, and he takes a fastball at the belt for a called strike. It's 0-1. The one-strike pitch on the way to Vargas, and he takes a fastball outside corner for a called strike 2. The fans who have made their way from Ohio, and they are plenty of them to go around, cheering on their right-hander. The 0-2 pitch to Vargas. There's a fastball, belt high. It's just outside. It's 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Wilbert Javier Vargas in the bottom of the first inning with no score. On its way, fastball, just a bit low, 2-2. Vargas likes playing this game. He's started every game for Fort Lauderdale so far this season. 5 games started, 5 games played. 2-2 pitch, swinging a little tapper out in front of the third base line. Lung gets to a throw to first base, a little one-hopper to the first baseman Lee, and not in time to retire Vargas. Vargas with an infield single, and he gets the first base runner for either side. It brings up the right fielder, Justin Martinez. Martinez is another player who really enjoys playing so far on the year. This is his 7th game played and 4th game started. He shows bunt and bunts it down the first base line. Lee's got it It is a foul ball, so no out. It goes foul first. 1 strike. I want to correct something about Wilbert Javier Vargas. I said 5 games started, 5 games played, 8 games started, 8 games played. It's 8 games played in all for Fort Lauderdale. Martinez behind in the count 0-1 because of that bunt attempt. And Vargas is standing at first base. Throw over to first base, not in time to get Vargas, who is a base stealer. And Santo Padre knows that. And there's what we have here, it's a bad throw. Going over to first base, and safe at second base is Wilbert Javier Vargas. And he gets a free 90 feet. So a runner at second for Fort Lauderdale with nobody out, and the coaching staff is going over to check on Vargas, and this is not good. Anytime you have the coaching staff converge on him like that, you hate to think there's anything wrong with him, but it looks like he's all right. It's still no balls and 1 strike after the throwaway from Ohio Christian. No balls and 1 strike. Vargas is in scoring position at second base with nobody out. Martinez looking to bring him home. The 0-1 pitch. Martinez shows bunt again, pulls the bat back, and takes a fastball way outside for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. The 1-1 pitch is bunted right out in front of the mound. On to first base goes Santo Padre, and in time for the putout.
Number 0, Ryan Riffenberg.
Santo Padre goes to Lee. Over to third goes Vargas, and Fort Lauderdale has a run 90 feet away from home plate. It brings up Ryan Riffenberg, the DH, number 0. With 1 out in the bottom of the first inning, and Fort Lauderdale looking for the first run of the game in the bottom of the first. Riffenberg takes the first pitch high for ball 1. This is Riffenberg's 3rd game started and 6th game played. He has a .250 batting average up to this point. Change up, bounces out in front of home plate. It's 2-0. One out in the bottom of the first inning, no score. Fort Lauderdale looking for the first run of the game as they're back at home. 2-0 pitch to Riffenberg. He takes a slider for a called strike, 2-1. On deck is Josh Tibbs. The 2-1 pitch, slider misses way out of the zone, 3-1. And a nice snag by the catcher Carter Glandon. Otherwise, it could have been a free ticket to home plate for Vargas. Santo Padre delivers the 3-1. Low ball 4 with a changeup. Easy
Now
take for
Number
Riffenberg.
19, Josh Tibbs.
And he gets a free 90 feet to first base. It brings up the first baseman, Josh Tibbs. With runners at the corners for Fort Lauderdale and 1 man out. Josh Tibbs has been one of the players who has really been able to get hits with runners in scoring position. 3 RBIs on the season. But one thing that Fort Lauderdale has struggled with so far in the season, and it was evident in the first home series, was getting runners on against Trinity Baptist, but not being able to get those timely hits to get a run home. First pitch to Tibbs, and the changeup is out in front of home plate. It's a nice stop by Carter Glandon, the catcher, and over to second base goes Riffenberg with the steal. 1 ball and no strikes to J.D. Tibbs. Runners at second and third after the steal from Riffenberg. Tibbs can bring them both home. The 1-0 pitch on the way from Santo Padre. Swing and a miss. A big-time changeup down in the dirt again, and Tibbs not looking for the changeup that time. It's 1-1. With one out in the bottom of the first inning, the Eagles have runners at second and third. 2 men in scoring position. Tibbs would like to bring them both home if he can. Santo Padre looking to get through the inning unscathed. The 1-1 pitch did go around. No, he did not go around. 2 balls and a strike to Tibbs. He got around, went around about halfway, but did not go around fully. The rule is on a check swing, only in college does the batter swing if it's deemed past the strike zone. At the pros, it's an umpire's discretion. The 2-1 pitch, changeup misses down and away, 3-1. Good pitch by Santo Padre, but not called a strike. A little bit frustrated as he heads back to the mound. On deck is Aderlin Cubalete, the second baseman. 3 balls and 1 strike. Santo Padre deals. Swing, no swing. It is inside for ball 4. He checked the swing. Tibbs did, and it's a walk.
Now batting number 2, Aderlin Cubalete.
Back-to-back walks allowed by John Santo Padre, and that loads the bases for the second baseman, Aderlin Cubalete. Wears the number 2 and also plays second. The bases are loaded with Vargas at third, Martinez. Vargas got to third on the sacrifice bunt by Martinez. Riffenberg's at second, Tibbs is at first. The first pitch to the cube is a belt-high fastball for a called strike. It's 0-1. 1 out in the bottom of the first inning. Bases loaded, very favorable scoring chance for Fort Lauderdale. The 1-strike pitch from Santo Padre, swinging a foul back behind home plate. Look out back there. It lands on the grass by the apartment complex across the street. And it's a quick 0-2 to Aderlin Cubalete. Vargas at third, Riffenberg at second, Tibbs at first. The 0-2 pitch on its way. And it's a solid take by Cubalete. No swing. He held up on the changeup, and he lives to see one more pitch. 1-2. If I'm Cubalete, I'm not taking that pitch a second time. Again, the 1-2, swinging a line drive, hit in left center field. That gets down, and that will score at least 2. Vargas trots in to score from third. Riffenberg right behind him, across third and across home plate to score. Over to third goes Tibbs, and into second base with a standing double is Aderlin Cubalete to bring across 2 runs. 2-0 Fort Lauderdale with 1 man out to the bottom of the first. Just a line drive into left center field where Parr Rockhold, the left center fielder, had no chance to get that one. And Fort Lauderdale scores 2 runs, and they still have runners at second and third as Aderlin Cubalete gets the 2 RBI double. Here's Chance Muir, the shortstop. On deck is Eli Wilhelm, the third baseman. Muir, the 6th place hitter. No balls and 1 strike. Swinging a bouncing ball right back to Santo Padre. He tried to go to third, and Tibbs gives chase there. Tag out at home plate. Over to third goes Cubalete, and Tibbs is out, trying to catch Santo Padre off guard. So there's 2 outs in the inning for Eli Wilhelm. Wilhelm, the third baseman, with runners at the corners, and 2 men out. 2 runs in the inning for Fort Lauderdale. They lead 2-0 as Wilhelm shows bunt, pulls the bat back, and it's ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Muir at third, Cubalete at third. The fastball runs high, Muir started to go, but he heads back to first base. It's 2 balls and no strikes to Wilhelm. Santo Padre deals the 2-0. Fastball runs in tight. 3-0. Muir at first, Kubalete at third. The 3-0 pitch, belt high fastball taken for a strike, 3-1. Fort Lauderdale in the first game of their doubleheader tonight with Ohio Christian University. They'll play again after this game concludes, although we're just started with this one. And they'll have a doubleheader tomorrow. Muir goes, the pitch is high, ball 4 with a fastball, and they're loaded again for Alexis Ocasio. Aaron McDonald, the head coach of Ohio Christian University, not happy about the way that Santo Padre has started off. Very demonstrative out in home plate. Or on the mound, rather. Very demonstrative right up on the mound. Also hard to make out what he's saying, and the entire infield is huddled up around him. Certainly like to be able to read lips at this point. But anyway, the bases are loaded for Fort Lauderdale for Alexis Ocasio. There's 3 walks in the inning allowed by Santo Padre, and he may not last much longer if he can't get into any type of groove for Ohio Christian. 2 runs already in.
51, Luis Ramos.
Actually, instead of Alexis Ocasio, it'll be number 51, Luis Ramos. So they have Ramos bat instead of Alexis Ocasio. So Billy Glessner going to his dugout early, getting a substitution. Bases loaded for Ramos with 2 outs in the bottom of the first inning. Santo Padre deals the first pitch. It's down. It's outside for ball 1. A nice snag by Glennon to be able to keep the runners where they are. 1 ball, no strikes. Ramos coming into this game with a .667 batting average, swinging a bullet down the left field line, foul, and past the Ohio Christian dugout. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 outs in the bottom of the first inning. Bases loaded for Luis Ramos. They're loaded with Kubalete at third, Muir at second, Wilhelm at first. Ramos looking to prolong the inning with a base hit and RBIs. There's a good take by Muir on the slider that runs up and away for ball 2. 2-1 to Ramos. Santo Padre deals the 2-1 fastball at the knees, call the strike, throw back to first base, a 1-hopper, and back in safely is Wilhelm. It's 2-2. So with 2 strikes, obviously, Ramos has to protect the plate. Santo Padre deals the 2-2. Swinging a line drive down the right field line, foul. It remains 2-2. Pretty good contact by Ramos that time. He got a fastball, and he was waiting for that one. The bullpen is active for Ohio Christian. Fastball, belt high, not called a strike. Good take by Ramos. Count is full at 3-2. The Ohio Christian crowd adamant that one was a strike, but the only opinion that matters is the umpire behind home plate. 3-2 pitch, swinging a bouncing ball. It is a fair ball fielded by the first baseman Lee on a nice snag. Trots over to the bag at first for the 3 unassisted, and that ends the inning. So Fort Lauderdale leaves them loaded, but they do put across 2 runs in the inning thanks to a 2-run double by Aderlin Kubalete. 2 runs, 2 hits, 3 men left on. We go to the top half of the second inning, where Fort Lauderdale has a 2-0 lead, and Jack Keeler is back to work on the UFTL Sports Network. Top of the second inning, it's a 2-0 Fort Lauderdale lead with 2 runs in the bottom of the first thanks to a 2-run double by the second baseman Aderlin Kubalete. Jack Keeler back to work. He had a 1-2-3 first inning facing the 4, 5, and 6 hitters, beginning with the DH, number 1 Spencer Crane, and there's a fastball belt high for a called strike, 0-1. It's Crane, followed by Carter Hyde in right field, and then the third baseman Bryant Lung. The 0-1 pitch to Crane, a swing and a foul off to the right, 0-2. Spencer Crane behind in the count 0-2. The 0-2 pitch high up around the shoulders. 1 ball and 2 strikes off the fastball from Keeler. Crane coming into this game batting .333 and a .667 slugging percentage. The 1-2 from Keeler, swing and a miss. A fastball that drops below the zone, held onto by the catcher Ocasio. 1 down in the top half of the second inning as Keeler picks up his first strikeout.
Number 12, C. Hyde.
It brings up number 12, Carter Hyde, the right fielder. With 1 gone in the top half of the second inning and a 2-0 lead for Fort Lauderdale, with no base runners allowed for Jack Keeler so far. Hyde, the right fielder, and the 5th place hitter. He shows bunt, pulls the bat back, and despite it being dropped by Ocasio, the fastball is taken for a strike. No balls, 1 strike. And Keeler likes to utilize his fastball and his off-speed stuff, and if he can have his off-speed stuff working, it's usually a good game for him. The 1-strike pitch, swing and a miss, went back to the fastball to the knees, and it's a quick 0-2. As the sun has started to come out here late at Plantation High School, it was mostly cloudy when the game got underway with a slight breeze. The breeze has died down somewhat, and it's really a beautiful night for baseball in South Florida. 79 degrees at first pitch. 0-2 pitch, swing and a line drive down the right field line, fair ball. Hyde gets the first hit of the game for Ohio Christian. It is an extra base hit as he chugs into second base with a 1-out double, standing. As Martinez in right field tracks it down, had to go over by the line to get it. And the Ohio Christian Trailblazers have a runner in scoring position with their first hit of the night against Jack Keeler. It brings up Bryant Lung. The third baseman and the 6th place hitter. Lung batting .214 on the season. He has a runner in scoring position and he can bring him home with a solidly placed base hit. As Keeler looks back to second base, grounder to second base, fielded by Kubalete, barely has to move, takes a couple of steps to his left as he shuffles, and throw over to first base for the out. And out number 2. Over to third goes Hyde, as Long sees 1 pitch and he's gone on the 4-3 putout. Here comes the center fielder, Par Rockhold. Rockhold looks at a first pitch fastball. He swings through it, belt high. The fastball is, and it's no balls and 1 strike. Rockhold, the 6'3", 185-pound junior from Norton, Ohio. Keeler with the runner at third base with 1 out in the top of the second inning and a 2-0 Fort Lauderdale lead. Fastball again runs outside knee high, 1-1. Kind of hard to believe that it's already mid-February here in South Florida. Time just seems to fly right by. 1-1. Keeler deals to Rockhold, swing and a tap foul right behind home plate. 1-2. On deck is the catcher, Carter Glendon. Should Rockhold get on base. 2 outs in the top of the second inning, 2-0 Fort Lauderdale lead. Keeler looking to end the inning with no damage done. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Oh, hits him right in the back, the lower back. He tried the slider, but it didn't slide, and Rockhold is at first base on the hit by a pitch. And the bases are full at first and third.
21, C. Glendon.
With Carter Glendon, the catcher, coming up. Still with 2 outs and still a 2-0 lead for Fort Lauderdale, but with Glendon up to the plate. He has no batting average, but he has a chance to get onto the stat sheet with a base hit to get Ohio Christian on the board, and looks like they're going to pull Glandon back and bring up a pinch hitter. Instead of Glandon, it will be number 34 for Ohio Christian, Thane Wilson. Thane Wilson, the third baseman, he bats instead of Carter Glandon this time around with runners of the corners. This is probably a better offensive matchup for Ohio Christian. There's a swing and a miss knee high on the fastball from Keeler. It's 0-1. Thane Wilson, the senior DH from Grove City, Ohio. The one strike offering from Keeler. Swing and a foul right behind home plate. And a quick 0-2. Fort Lauderdale looking to preserve this early 2-0 lead with Keeler in the driver's seat. Again, the 0-2 pitch, swinging a foul back behind home plate, and on to 70th Ave it goes. It's still 0-2. So Keeler again with the 0-2 pitch, swinging a foul, tap foul off to the left. A battle between Keeler and Wilson. Hyatt at third, Rockhold at first. Wilson looking to bring that runner home from third and get Ohio Christian University on the board, down 2-0. The 0-2 pitch, fastball on the outside corner, strike three called on right at the belt. So Keeler strikes out two in the inning. One striking, one swinging, and one looking. As Keeler, despite allowing runners to get to the corners, no damage done. We go to the bottom of the second in this first game of this doubleheader. Fort Lauderdale hangs on to a 2-0 lead on the UFTL Sports Network.
Eric Scott.
John Santopadre back on the mound at the bottom of the second inning for Ohio Christian University. Eric Scott, the ninth place hitter, leading off for Fort Lauderdale. UFTL with a 2-0 lead over OCU. Eric Scott, the odd man out, the only one who did not have an at-bat in the bottom half of the first inning, and he looks at a first pitch fastball for a called strike. The 0-1 pitch to Scott, fastball on the outside corner, and that's called strike two. So Scott is behind in the count, 0-2. Scott with his ninth game played, and ninth game started and as many games played, and that's all for Eric Scott. 3 pitches is all he has, and he strikes out looking on the slider on the inside corner. First strikeout for Santopadre, and it brings up Wilbert Javier Vargas for the second time.
lot of miles to get in. It's safe to say that
Vargas in his first at bat had an infield single down the third baseline. He looks at a changeup down in the dirt for ball one. One-0 pitch to Vargas, swinging a bouncing ball hit to short. Nichols can't get it, and it's through into left field for a base hit. Vargas on base for the second time with his second hit. And also his second single. And it brings up J.D. Martinez for Justin Martinez for his second at bat. Martinez in his first at bat, he had a sac bunt, which got Vargas over to third. Runner at first base for Fort Lauderdale with one man out in the bottom of the second, and they lead 2-0 early. Santo Padre resets and steps off the mound momentarily. He called over to his catcher Carter Glendon, but he says, "You're fine, just step back on the mound and pitch to me." Martinez awaiting the first pitch from Santo Padre. Throw over to first base and a little bit of a lob from Santo Padre, and Vargas is back in safely, no problem. Vargas 1 for 3 in stolen base opportunities. And that's an oddity because he doesn't get thrown out a lot over his career. He's trying to steal. There's a slider that runs outside for ball one. 1 ball, no strikes. Justin Martinez. Also an oddity, Eric Scott, who was not thrown out once last year. He's already been thrown out once this year. 6 of 7 in steal opportunities for him. Slider on the outside corner, and Santo Padre gets the call. 1-1. Santo Padre looks back over to second. The 1-1 pitch, swinging a bouncing ball hit to the shortstop Nichols. He steps on for second base for one, throw to first base in time for the double play, and the inning is over. The unassisted double play, the 6-3 double play, and that's all for Fort Lauderdale in the home half of the second inning. We head to the third. Jack Keeler back on the mound for the Eagles. No runs, 1 hit, no men left on. 2-0 Fort Lauderdale leads on the UFTL Sports Network.
Now batting number 16, Seth Nichols.
Seth Nichols, the shortstop, and the 9th place batter, leading off the top of the third for Ohio Christian. Jack Keeler, the starter for UFTL, back to work. Fort Lauderdale leads 2-0 because of 2 runs in the bottom of the first. Nichols looks at a belt-high fastball for a called strike. Keeler has struck out 3 in this contest. He struck out 2 in the second. He struck out all 3 guys in the second. There's a swing and a foul off to the right. Or rather, struck out the final guy in the first inning looking, and then struck out 2 in the second to have him with 3 strikeouts on the game. 0-2 to Nichols off the foul to the right. The 0-2 pitch from Keeler. Change up in the dirt. Nichols holds up. It's 1-2. The wind has started to pick up again here at Plantation High School. It's a little bit breezy. It's not gusty, but the wind is certainly enough to make it seem cool when the sun goes down, especially for this time of the year, the middle of February. 1-2 from Keeler. He deals. Slider, good take by Nichols, 2-2. Slider runs low. So count even. Keeler from the windup working quickly. The 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 called on a fastball right down the heart of the turnpike. Fourth strikeout for Jack Keeler, and Nichols is gone. And that is Keeler's.
Now batting number 2, Carter Smith.
Second strikeout looking. It brings up the top of the batting order with number 2, Carter Smith, the second baseman. One out in the top of the third. Fort Lauderdale leads 2-0. Ohio Christian with one hit in this game, and they've really not been able to generate much offense so far against Fort Lauderdale starter Jack Keeler. The first pitch from Keeler on its way. Slider, good slider as it cuts back to the inside corner for a called strike. It's 0-1. No balls, one strike. Keeler from the windup gets a sign that he wants from his catcher Ocasio. The one strike delivery inside corner with a slider again and a called strike 2. And a quick 0-2 to Carter Smith, the short right-hander. The 0-2 pitch from Keeler, fastball misses low, 1-2. Smith in his first at-bat grounded out to short. He comes into this game batting .364 with a .385 or .455 rather slugging percentage. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Carter Smith. Keeler looking for another strikeout. 1-2 pitch, fastball at the knees, a bit too low. 2-2. On deck is Trey Henry, the left fielder. Keeler from the windup. The 2-2 pitch, swing and lifted into left field. Eric Scott trips back, still drifting back, right in front of the warning track, looks up into the evening sky and makes the grab with his glove over his eyes for out number 2. Scott in his left field position. As Smith flies out to left field, it brings out Trey Henry with 2 outs in the top of the third. Henry in his first at bat flied out to left, or lined out to left rather. He hit a liner right to Eric Scott, and he came back to get it. There's a line drive again, and it is into left field for a base hit as it gets by both the third baseman Wilhelm and the shortstop Muir. And Scott plays it on the hop. One pitch is all Henry sees. He gets a base hit, and Ohio Christian has a runner on with 2 outs.
Batting number 23, Colton Lee.
Brings up the first baseman Colton Lee, the left-hander. Back-to-back left-handers for Ohio Christian to the plate, and Trey Henry and Colton Lee. Runner at first base is Trey Henry, who just singled on a line drive into left field. 2 outs in the top of the third. Fort Lauderdale leads 2-0. Thanks to a 2-run double in the bottom of the first by Aderlin Kubalete, the second baseman. First pitch by Lee, hit on the ground to the second baseman Kubalete. He's got it on the first base in time as Tibbs steps on the bag. One pitch from Lee is all he sees, and that's it for him. A 4-3 put out. A runner left on for Ohio Christian. 1 hit. No runs scored. Bottom of the third coming up for Fort Lauderdale's batters. They have a 2-0 lead going up against John Santo Padre or somebody else. We'll find out.
batting number 0, Ryan Riffenberg.
So John Santopadre is still on the mound for Ohio Christian, despite the fact that he's been erratic with his control. He gave up 2 runs in the bottom of the first inning along with 3 walks, but Aaron McDonald, the head coach of OCU, is staying with him. Santopadre to face the 3, 4, and 5 batters, starting with the DH Ryan Riffenberg. A 2-0 Fort Lauderdale lead. The first pitch from Riffenberg hit off the mound, fielded by the second baseman Smith, who goes into a headfirst slide, and he gets up on the first base, and Riffenberg on the first pitch is set down 4-3.
19, Josh Tibbs.
Brings up the first baseman, Josh Tibbs. So Riffenberg, after walking in his first at bat, sees only 1 pitch, and he's retired. Josh Tibbs, the first baseman, also walked in his first plate appearance, batting for the second time with a man out in the bottom half of the third and a 2-0 lead for Fort Lauderdale. Bases empty. First pitch fastball just outside for Tibbs, 1-0. Tibbs hit a walk-off homer in the bottom of the 9th inning in the first game of Saturday's doubleheader against Trinity Baptist a couple of weeks ago. Fort Lauderdale won that game eventually 2-1 as Tibbs lifts one into center field. Rockhold on the move. Rockhold still on the move. Rockhold in front of the wall. It is gone! A home run for Josh Tibbs. Second homer of the year and goes to straightaway center field. 3-0 Fort Lauderdale. His walk-off homer against Trinity Baptist went over the wall in left field. This one to straightaway center field, and that was one of those fly balls where you really didn't know. It looked like Parr Rockhold, the center fielder, might have had a beat on it, but as it turns out, he didn't have a beat on it at all. He went back to the wall and didn't have anything with it. The first pitch to Kubalete, swinging a bouncing ball into left field for a base hit as it's past the reach of the third baseman, Lung. Bryant Lung can't get to it. One pitch is all Kubalete sees, and Fort Lauderdale's bats have really discovered what Santopadre likes to do against him, or against them. Kubalete, who had a 2 RBI base hit in the bottom of the first inning, he gets his second hit of the game with a grounder to left field, right past the glove of the third baseman, Bryant Lung. So with a man out in the bottom of the third and a runner at first base, Kubalete on board, here's Chance Muir for the second time. Muir looks at a fastball low for ball 1. Muir in his first at bat, he had a fielder's choice, right back to the pitcher unassisted, but he reached first base because the tag out was to the runner trying to hit home plate. Fastball down in the dirt low. Kubalete not going. 2-0. Kubalete, the runner at first base, with one out in the bottom of the third inning. A run is in for Fort Lauderdale off of the moonshot to straightaway center field from Josh Tibbs. And Muir is ahead in the count 2-0 against John Santopadre, making his first start of the season. The 2-0 pitch from Santopadre misses outside. 3-0. That was above the belt. (3-0) to Chance Muir. Kubalete not a base stealer. He doesn't go, and the changeup is at the knees for a strike. 3-1. So Muir, one of the unwritten rules, not taking the 3-0 pitch, or not swinging a 3-0 pitch. Rather, did he go around on the 3-1? He did not on the check swing as the fastball runs high. Muir has walked to put runners at first and second for Fort Lauderdale with only one man out. The fourth walk allowed by Santopadre. Here comes Eli Wilhelm, the third baseman. In his first plate appearance, he walked. He has a runner in scoring position with Kubalete at second, and also just getting on with the walk was Chance Muir, so Wilhelm with a chance to do some damage possibly. With a 3-0 Fort Lauderdale lead, fastball at the knees for a called strike. Josh Tibbs with a solo homer to dead center field to extend Fort Lauderdale's lead to 3-0. 3 runs, 5 hits, no errors for Fort Lauderdale. No runs, 1 hit, and no errors for Ohio Christian. That ball is hit on the ground sharply to short. Throw over to second base for 1. Throw to first is in time for a double play. As Fort Lauderdale is hit into their second straight inning-ending double play. The first one by Martinez, this one by Wilhelm. A sharp grounder to short. They go 6-4-3, and that's all for Fort Lauderdale. They leave runners at first and second in the bottom half of the third. They score a run off the home run by Josh Tibbs. And despite getting a runner at second, can't do much more than that. Fourth inning coming up. Josh Keeler back on the mound. A 3-0 Fort Lauderdale lead. Jack Keeler back on the mound here at the start of the fourth inning. A 3-0 Fort Lauderdale lead. They added a run in the bottom of the third off the Josh Tibbs home run. Keeler facing the 4, 5, and 6 hitters. Crane, Hyde, and Lung. First pitch fastball is a swing and a foul back behind home plate for Spencer Crane. It is 0-1. Keeler's only allowed 1 hit in this game so far. The 0-1 pitch, it is low. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. We're actually allowed 2 hits. The first one was a double to Hyde. The last one was a base hit to Trey Henry with 2 men out. Fastball low again from Keeler, despite it being just a bit below the knees. Relatively the same spot. It's 2 balls, 1 strike. 3 runs, 5 hits, no errors for Fort Lauderdale. No runs, 2 hits, no errors for Ohio Christian. 2-1 from Keeler from the windup. Swinging a bouncing ball. Hit on the ground to Kubalete, moving diagonally. He's got it over to first base and in time where Tibbs steps on the bag for the 4-3 putout. 1 away in the top of the fourth. The last 2 outs that Keeler has gotten had been a grounder to short, or to second base, the 4-3 putout, and it brings up the right fielder Carter Hyde. In his last at bat, he doubled down the right field line, but did not come across the score. Keeler with 1 out in the top of the fourth, with Fort Lauderdale leading 3-0 as Hyde pulls the bat back after the bunt attempt and takes ball 1. Keeler has been dealing tonight, and that's a good sign. His stuff was working early on. It is continued to this point. Slider misses up and in for ball 2. And Alexis Ocasio, the catcher, was going to go to the mound to speak with Keeler, but he says to Keeler says to Ocasio, rather, I'm fine. Just a bad command of the slider that time. The 2-0 pitch is in tight with a fastball to Hyde. It's 3-0. And of course for Keeler, he would like to try to protect the count, with the count being 3-0, now 3-1 with a fastball inside corner at the belt. 3-1, Keeler facing Carter Hyde, the right fielder. Keeler deals. Swing and a pop fly, third base side. Wilhelm gives way, or actually calls off the shortstop Muir. Wilhelm looking up into the evening sky, puts it away for out number 2. So they pop out to the third baseman, Eli Wilhelm. 2 outs in the top of the fourth, and that brings up Bryant Lung, the third baseman. Lung in his first at-bat, ground out 4-3. The first pitch from Keeler, belt high fastball, called a strike. It is no balls and 1 strike. Jack Keeler against Bryant Lung with 2 outs in the top of the fourth and a 3-0 Fort Lauderdale lead. Jam shot over the mound. Wilhelm has to hurry. Long throw to first base. It is not in time. Tibbs pulled off the bag by the throw by Wilhelm. Looked like it was a perfect throw, actually. It didn't look like a perfect throw by Wilhelm. It was a perfect throw. They call Lung safe at first base. Billy Glessner immediately out of the dugout onto the field to try to see what the umpire on the field saw. It counts as an infield single for Bryant Lung. It brings up Par Rockhold, the center fielder. Runner at first base for Ohio Christian off the infield single from Bryant Lung with 2 outs in the top of the fourth. Fort Lauderdale leads 3-0 in this 7-inning game. The first game of a doubleheader, and there's a swing and a miss from Rockhold, 0-1. Both of these games in the doubleheader will go 7 innings. Rockhold coming into this game was batting .400, right at the very top of the Ohio Christian batting average list. The 1-strike offering, runner doesn't go as Rockhold shows bunt right back to Keeler. Underhands it to the first baseman, Tibbs, charging over to the first base bag. Tibbs right there to greet Keeler, and that's all for Ohio Christian in the top half of the fourth inning. They get an infield single with 2 outs, but not much after that. We head to the bottom of the fourth, past the midway point. Keeler is dealing, and Fort Lauderdale has a 3-0 lead.
Now batting number 22, Alexis Ocasio.
John Santopadre remains on the mound for OCU. Fort Lauderdale leads Ohio Christian 3-0. They scored 2 runs in the first, 1 run in the third. He's facing the batting of the order, Santopadre is. The 8th place hitter, Alexis Ocasio. The 9th place hitter, Eric Scott, the left fielder. And then the top of the lineup with Wilbert Javier Vargas as Ocasio looks at a first pitch fastball for a called strike. This is Ocasio's first at-bat of the game officially. He was going to bat in the bottom of the first inning, but Billy Glessner pulled him for Luis Ramos instead. So Ocasio hasn't had a chance to bat until now as he jumps out of the way of that fastball that runs in tight at the numbers. 1 ball, 1 strike. With a 3-0 Fort Lauderdale lead in the bottom half of the fourth inning. The 1-1 pitch from Santopadre, fastball at the knees, called strike 2. Santopadre ahead in the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Swing and a miss off the slider from Santopadre. Ocasio is down swinging.
Now
on the
number 14, Eric Scott.
Second strikeout for Santopadre. 1 out in the bottom half of the fourth inning, and here comes Eric Scott. First pitch to Scott. Did he go around? He did not go around. It's 1 ball, no strikes. Eric Scott in his first at bat struck out looking. He'll be looking to protect the plate better this time around. 1 ball offering swing at a bouncing ball, hits the shortstop. Nichols over to first base across the diamond, and that's in time for out number 2.
Now batting number 3, Wilbert Javier Vargas.
So 2 outs for Wilbert Javier Vargas. As Scott grounds out 6-3. 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th, and Fort Lauderdale with a 3-0 lead have the bases empty still. Vargas is 2 for 2. He had an infield hit down the third base line in the first inning, and he had an infield single in the bottom half of he had a base hit to left field in the bottom half of the second. Tapped foul on a bouncing ball down the left field line. 1 strike to Wilbert Javier Vargas. Two outs in the bottom of the 4th for Fort Lauderdale. The first game of the 7-inning game. And also the first game of the doubleheader. The 0-1 pitch, slider runs outside, and a good take by Vargas evens the count at 1-1. Santo Padre deals the 1-1. Vargas looks at a knee-high fastball for a called strike. 1-2. So Vargas with 2 strikes needs to protect the plate. Santo Padre working quickly. That's a sharp grounder right into the glove of the shortstop Nichols. He bobbles it, and it costs him as Vargas beats the throw to the bag.
Number 40, Justin Martinez.
And Vargas is on for Justin Martinez. Will it go as a hit or will it go as an error? I think I'm going to call that a hit. If it is, it's the second infield hit for Fort Lauderdale in this game. Or for, not just for Fort Lauderdale, but also for Wilbert Javier Vargas. So 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th with a runner at first base and a 3-0 Fort Lauderdale lead. Here's Justin Martinez as a throw over to first base to check on Vargas. Vargas is back in safely. Santo Padre looking to get out of the inning unscathed. Martinez looking to extend the inning. Fastball, look out, runs way in tight, 1-0. Around the lettering. Martinez in this game is officially 0 for 1. His last at bat ground into a 6-3 double play. Fastball taken low, throw down to second base. Not in time, and in with a head-first slide and a steal is Wilbert Javier Vargas. That makes him 2 for 4 on stolen base opportunities. 3 for 5 on stolen base opportunities. He had a stolen base in the bottom of the 1st and gets 1 here in the bottom of the 4th. It's 2 balls, no strikes to Justin Martinez. With the runner in scoring position for Wilbert Javier Vargas, who's in with a steal. Fort Lauderdale looking to add on to this 3-0 lead. 2-0 pitch, bouncing ball to third, and Lungs got it. It is a foul ball. What do they call? Do they call a... It looked like a simple ground ball. Do they call it a foul ball, or what do they say? A lot of confusion. It looks like they're going to have a run down the throw. It's a drop ball. Vargas comes in to score, or does he? A lot of confusion on the mound or on the field. I'm not sure if it's a run counted or what, or if it's even a play. They have me confused. Was a timeout granted? Or did they call it a foul ball? Well, Billy Glessner is out discussing it with both umpires. John Santo Padre is as close as he can to listen to it. Listen to the meeting right in front of the mound. I don't even know what the current standing is. It could be a hit, it could be a timeout granted, or Could be an out, or it could be a run score for Fort Lauderdale. It could be any one of those situations, but there's no signal given yet. A lot of confusion out there, and we have a little bit of controversy here in the bottom half of the fourth inning. Well, Vargas, who originally scored, he's heading back onto the base paths. Will he be at third, or will he be at second? Because he was at second base when they started. It looks like they'll place Vargas at third and have Justin Martinez come back to hit. The count is 2 balls and no strikes. It could have been a balk called on Santo Padre. That's why Vargas is at third, and the count is still 2 balls and no strikes. But there's really no indication as to what the deal is yet. Now Vargas is off at third base. He's heading over behind home plate, trying to find out where the situation lies, really. And looks like the umpires, looks like the umpire on the field has his cell phone out. He's making a call. So apparently with everything that's going on the field, the umpires have gotten lost in all the confusion as well. And who can blame them? I don't think anybody who's in attendance here tonight knows what's going on. They're trying to figure out what it is. It could be any one of these situations. Either a hit, a balk, an out, a timeout granted, or a run scored, or anything in between. They handed the cell phone over to Billy Glessner. And there's still no indication as to whether if it's an out or what the deal is. And we're awaiting something. And it looks like, what's the deal with Vargas? So where's he going to be? He'll be back on the base paths. He will not score. They'll place him at third, it looks like. So the count is 2 balls and no strikes to Justin Martinez. He's back to hit. It looks like they might have called a balk on Santo Padre. That's the only thing I could think of, because Vargas was at second. The only way he could have gotten to third without anything in the count and not a steal is a balk. So it's 2 balls and no strikes to Justin Martinez with 2 outs in the bottom of the fourth. Martinez looking to bring home Vargas from third. Fastball down in the dirt low, 3-0. Major controversy here in the bottom half of the fourth inning. And this is only the first game of our doubleheader. It's going to be a long night tonight. 3-0 to Martinez. Slider on the inside corner, called a strike, 3-1. As the sun begins to set here at Plantation High School, sunset now after 6 in South Florida. 3-1 pitch, low, ball 4.
Now batting number 0, Ryan Riffenberg.
The 5th walk allowed by John Santo Padre in this game, and it brings up Ryan Riffenberg, the DH. Riffenberg is 0 for 1 in this game officially. He walked in his first plate appearance. His last plate appearance, he grounded out 4-3. Runners at the corners for Fort Lauderdale with 2 outs and a 3-0 lead as the slider dips below the plate for ball 1. Riffenberg looking to get the RBI and get Fort Lauderdale some more runs. They have a 3-0 lead in the bottom of the fourth. Riffenberg in this game in the season with 2 RBIs. The 1-0 pitch, there's a changeup that drops to the knees and is a called strike, 1-1. Santo Padre looking into his catcher, Glandon. Looks back to second base. The 1-1 pitch on the way from Santo Padre, swinging a foul as Martinez started to go. He has to head back to first. The foul ball back to the screen right behind home plate. One ball, 2 strikes to Ryan Riffenberg. It's on its way, swinging a line drive into right field for a base hit. Vargas comes in to score from third base. Over to third goes Martinez. He stops there, and Riffenberg comes through with a base hit to right field and an RBI. His third of the season and his first tonight. 4-0 Fort Lauderdale leads with 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th. It keeps runners at the corners for Fort Lauderdale with Martinez at third, Riffenberg at first, and here comes Josh Tibbs, who homered in his last at bat to straightaway center field. There's a meeting on the mound between the entire infield, John Santopadre, and one of the assistants for Ohio Christian University, and Rick Barger. Volunteer Rick Barger, his 5th year as an assistant coach for the baseball team. Went to Ohio Northern University, graduated in 1981. There's a long walk out to the mound for Barger, and he makes the long walk back to the mound. A very deliberate walk, too. Obviously to give Santo Padre a rest. A run is in for Fort Lauderdale here in the bottom of the 4th on the RBI base hit from Ryan Riffenberg. Runners at the corners with Martinez at third, Riffenberg at first. Josh Tibbs, who homered in his last at bat, up for the 3rd time in this game. His first at bat, he walked. First pitch to Tibbs, swing and a miss on the changeup, 0-1. There's a base stealer at third in Justin Martinez, but it would be unlikely for him to steal with him standing at third base. The 1-0 pitch, changeup down and in. It is a take by Tibbs. It is 1 ball, 1 strike. Tibbs awaits the 1-1. Here it is. There's a swing, and it is a miss. No contact made. It's 1-2. It got loose behind home plate, but Glandon, the catcher, did a nice job of getting over to it. Carter Glandon. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Santo Padre looks back to first base. Runner goes, swinging a foul back behind home plate. 1-2 still. Activity in the Ohio Christian bullpen. It's number 37, Levi Hammond of New Albany, Ohio. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Tibbs trying to protect the plate with 2 strikes on him. Santo Padre looks back to second, and he delivers the 1-2 as Riffenberg goes again. There's a swing and a miss as the ball gets behind Glandon, and coming in to score from third is Martinez. Over to third goes Riffenberg. The throw. No tag, and safe at third is Riffenberg. Over to first base on the strikeout and the pass ball is J.D. Tibbs. 5-0 Fort Lauderdale. With runners still at the corners for Aderlin Kubalete. Kubalete got the scoring started for Fort Lauderdale with a 2-run double into left center field. In his last at bat, he singled to left. Runners at the corners for Fort Lauderdale. They lead 5-0 with 2 runs here in the bottom of the 4th. There's a changeup called a strike to Kubalete. 0-1. Kubalete behind in the count 0-1. Swing and launch into center field. Rockhold back. Rockhold squares up right in front of the warning track as he backpedals and puts it away for the third out. Kubalete gave it a good ride, but ultimately flies out to center field. 2 runs in for Fort Lauderdale. They leave runners stranded at the corners. 1 run on a single by Riffenberg, another one on the pass ball after the strikeout swinging by J.D. Tibbs. We head to the 5th inning where Jack Keeler's back on the mound for Fort Lauderdale. A 5-0 UFTL lead. Ohio Christian looking to rally in this first game of this doubleheader. Fort Lauderdale 5, Ohio Christian nothing. Top half of the 5th inning as Jack Keeler is back on the mound to face the bottom of the batting order for Ohio Christian, beginning with number 21, the catcher Carter Glendon, who takes a called strike despite showing bunt. It's 0-1. Glendon has 1 at-bat so far, and he struck out looking. Keeler with his 5th inning of work as a starter. Fastball in the inside corner. There's a called strike, too. Keeler's really been pitching well. Only allowed 3 hits in this game. The 0-2 pitch from Keeler. Fastball, strike 3 called right on the outside corner at the knees. Glendon has struck out looking for the 2nd time as Keeler has strikeout number 6 against no walks.
Now batting number 16, Seth Nichols.
It brings up Seth Nichols, number 16, who in his last at-bat, his only at-bat so far tonight, he also struck out looking. 1 out in the top of the 5th with a 5-0 Fort Lauderdale lead. Nasty changeup and a swing by Nichols and a miss. He was way out in front of that one. He was hacking at it. 1 strike delivery from Keeler. Swinging a line drive over the head of the shortstop Muir and into left field for a base hit. So Nichols with a 1-out single, and Ohio Christian has a runner on for Carter Smith, the second baseman.
Now batting number 2, Carter Smith.
Smith is 0 for 2 in this game. He grounded out to short in his first at bat starting off this game, and then he flied out to left. Runner in first base for Ohio Christian after the base hit just a second ago by Seth Nichols. 1 out in the top of the 5th. Ohio Christian trails 5-0. Keeler looks into his catcher Ocasio. Keeler deals, runner doesn't go, a swing and a miss on the fastball in the outside corner. A bit discombobulated Carter Smith was because he believed that he had a different pitch in mind that he was seeing. Turned out to be a fastball, and then he had to change his mind and swing away at it. He was unsuccessful. 0-1 from Keeler, hit on the ground to Muir. He's got it this time. Throw to second base, low for 1. No throw to first base. They don't get the double play, but more importantly, they do get the lead runner at second base. As Smith is safe at first base on the fielder's choice, it brings up Trey Henry. So the fielder's choice, 6-4. Trey Henry batting for the third time. He's 1 for 2 in this game. Struck out or line out to left field in his first at bat and hit a base hit to left field in his last at bat on a line drive. First pitch fastball by Keeler is low for ball 1. No balls, 1 strike. Keeler against Henry with 2 outs in the top of the 5th inning. A runner at first base for Ohio Christian. Swinging a line drive down the left field line, hooking, foul. Eric Scott not playing over by the line, so he's playing in regular depth in case there's a fly ball hit his way in regular depth in left field. Not playing over by the line despite the fact that Trey Henry has gone to left field twice where he's muscled it the other way. It's 1 ball and 1 strike to Trey Henry after the foul ball. Keeler deals the 1-1, swinging a bouncing ball to Muir. 3 straight balls hit his way, underhands it to second base, almost pulls Kubalete off the bag, but he stays with it and gets the out, and that's all for Ohio Christian in the top half of the 5th. They get a hit, but they leave a runner stranded at first base, and they get nothing at all. Bottom of the 5th coming up, Jack Keeler is dealing. 5 innings in the books for him. No one in sight for him on the mound, I would think. Fort Lauderdale coming to bat with a 5-0 lead.
I mean, where?
John Santopadre is done after 4 innings of work for Ohio Christian. He gives
Now
way
batting
to the
number 4, Chance Muir.
reliever for Ohio Christian, number 30, Keegan Titmus. It's a 5-0 Fort Lauderdale lead in the bottom half of the 5th inning. Coming to bat first is Chance Muir, number 4, who ended the top half of the 5th inning with a play over to the second baseman Aderlin Kubalete, and he looks at a fastball way in tight for ball 1 as Titmus, well, he gets some practice at least with him on the mound. And a 5-0 deficit for Ohio Christian. 1 ball, no strikes to Muir here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. Titmus deals the 1-0, and the changeup is down low, 2-0. Muir in this game officially is 0 for 1. He had a fielder's choice in which he reached first base, but there was an out recorded, and in his last at bat he walked. 2-0 pitch from Titmus. Swing and a pop fly. Third base side, Long, the third baseman underneath it, and he puts it away in foul ground for out number 1, looking up into the evening sky.
Number 36, Eli Wilhelm.
One gone at the bottom of the fifth, and it brings up Eli Wilhelm, the third baseman. He is 0 for 1 in this game. Walked his first time up and then ground out 4-6-3 in a double play. Slider in tight to Wilhelm. 1 ball, no strikes from Keegan Titmus. 1 out in the bottom of the fifth inning. It's a 5-0 Fort Lauderdale lead. And they've controlled it from the very get-go. There's a check swing liner caught by the first baseman Lee for out number 2. Colton Lee in foul ground goes to get it. An accidental check swing by Wilhelm. He makes contact, and it costs Fort Lauderdale their second out of the inning. 2 gone in the bottom of the fifth, and here comes Alexis Ocasio. Ocasio in this game, he's batted once and he's struck out swinging. He swings at the nasty slider from Titmus and misses it. It's 0-1. He did not bat in the first inning because Luis Ramos batted instead of Ocasio with the bases loaded. Ramos ended up grounding out to the first baseman unassisted. As Ocasio swings and hits one into right center field, going out as the right fielder Hyde, moving diagonally, and he puts it away to end the inning. A quick 1-2-3 inning for Titmus as Fort Lauderdale is sent down in short order. We head to the 6th inning where Fort Lauderdale has a comfortable 5-0 lead. And the first game of this doubleheader on the UFTL Sports Network. Sixth inning, 2 innings left to go in the first game of this doubleheader. Jack Keeler remains on the mound for Fort Lauderdale, facing Colton Lee, the first baseman, Spencer Crane, the DH, and Carter High, the right fielder. The 3, 4, and 5 hitters, the beef of the batting order for Ohio Christian University. Keeler through 5 innings has pitched well. 6 strikeouts in 5 innings, no walks, and only allowed 3 hits. Keeler deals with the left-hander Colton Lee and has a fastball outside for ball 1. The second game of the doubleheader will begin about 30 minutes after the conclusion of this first game, but we have to get through this first game first, and there are 2 innings remaining. The 1-0 pitch, swinging a foul back behind home plate to the screen. 1 ball, 1 strike, Colton Lee against Jack Keeler. And a 5-0 Fort Lauderdale lead. Justin Malden, the pitching coach for Fort Lauderdale, shaved off the mustache recently. He looks almost unrecognizable. The 1-1 pitch to Lee, swinging lifted into foul ground down the left field line, giving chases both Wilhelm and Scott. They both can't catch up to it. It's off the side of the wall and foul ground right in between the third base line and the Ohio Christian bullpen. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1-2. Lee needs to protect the plate against Keeler. The 1-2 pitch, low. 2-2 the count. It gets away from the catcher Ocasio, but luckily nobody on base. So they'll do it again. The count is even at 2-2. A 5-0 Fort Lauderdale lead in the top of the 6th. Keeler gets the sign from the windup. He deals. Tapped foul behind home plate. Lee just gets a piece of it and stays alive for at least one more. Spencer Crane, the DH, is on deck. The burly left-hander. Again, the 2-2 pitch from Keeler. Swinging a bouncing ball into right field for a base hit right through the open hole. So the 6th inning begins with a base hit from Colton Lee. It was a ground ball right through the open hole between first and second. And Lee gets on base, and that's the first time tonight that Ohio Christian University has gotten a runner on to begin any inning. Runner at first in the top of the 6th inning. 5-0 Fort Lauderdale leads. Jack Keeler working from the stretch for the first time tonight, if you can believe that. Spencer Crane is the batter. He's 0 for 2 tonight. The first pitch, fastball down and away. It is 1-0. The men's basketball team for Fort Lauderdale is on the scene tonight, and they're making their presence known. 1 ball, no strikes. Keeler dealing to Crane, swinging a foul off to the right. 1 ball, 1 strike. Keeler working from the stretch with nobody out. Ohio Christian has 4 hits on the game. Fort Lauderdale has 5, but Fort Lauderdale has 5 runs. Fastball runs outside, 2-1. You'd hate for Jack Keeler to run into trouble here in the top half of the 6th inning because he's been dealing all night. But you have to think that with 1 more base runner, it would get the bullpen active for Fort Lauderdale. Even though they have a 5-0 lead, you want to be able to protect the lead as best as you can. The 2-1 pitch, fastball, look out. Jumping out of the way is Crane. It is 3 balls and 1 strike, and Ocasio's seen enough. He's going out to the mound to have a chat with Keeler, who's become a bit erratic with his delivery. The count is 3 balls and 1 strike to Spencer Crane. The only strike that Keeler has accumulated on Crane was a foul ball off to the right side. But other than that, it's either been a ball or it's been a pitch that's been swung at. The 3-1 pitch, fastball at the knees, called strike 2. And do they call a balk? They call a balk. They call a balk on Keeler, so over to second base goes Lee. The count remains 3 balls and 1 strike. 3 balls and 1 strike. Jack Keeler to Spencer Crane with a runner at second base and nobody out at the top of the 6th. 3-1 pitch, swing and lifted foul off to the right and out of play. Count full, 3-2. Keeler with a 3-2 count. He deals to Crane. Swinging a bouncing ball. It is a fair ball over the bag at first. Lee around third, chugging his way to home plate, and he scores. Into second base with a sliding double is Spencer Crane. Lee comes in to score from second base. Keeler gives up the run. Ohio Christian's on the board with nobody out in the top of the 6th. It's 5-1. Fort Lauderdale leads. Billy Glessner coming out to the mound. We'll see if this is it for Jack Keeler. The entire infield is going to the mound to have this meeting with Jack Keeler and Coach Glessner. A run is in for Ohio Christian on the RBI double by Spencer Crane, and it brings up the 5th place hitter, Carter Hyde, who has a 2-bagger in this game. Hyde, the righty, against the righty Keeler. Glessner letting Keeler stay in the game at least for one more batter, but you have to think the bullpen has to be active now. I don't have any clear advantage of the bullpen for where I'm situated, so I won't be able to tell you that. Crane at second base as Hyde shows bunt. He pulls the bat back and takes a called strike. 0-1. Nobody out in the top half of the 6th inning. Ohio Christian has finally broken through, and they've gotten a run in. It's 5-1. Their ERA as a pitching staff together, Ohio Christian, is over 12. The 0-1 delivery from Keeler. Swinging a bunt, and it's a foul ball. It hits Hyde in foul ground before he gets his run going to first base. And it's a quick 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. Keeler facing Hyde. On deck is Bryant Lung, the third baseman. Keeler looks back to second base. He deals the 0-2. Swing and a fly ball hit into right center field. Back goes Martinez and back goes Vargas. Martinez gives way to Vargas, but he calls off Vargas and makes the grab. The throw over to third base is not in time, and in there with a headfirst slide
Now batting number
is Spencer
41,
Crane.
Bryant Long.
As Hyde flies out to right field, but it's a productive out for him. He gets the runner over to third, and it's only the first out of the inning, as Bryant Lung comes up to bat in the top half of the 6th inning. Lung in this game is officially 1 for 2. Ground out 4-3 and had infield single to third in his last at bat. First pitch to Lung, swing and a bouncing ball foul, third base side. No balls, 1 strike. 1 out in the top half of the 6th inning for Ohio Christian. They have a runner at third with Spencer Crane. Fort Lauderdale leads 5-1. Keeler ahead in the count, 0-1. The pitch to Lung, swing, and that is a foul again. Or swing and no contact, rather. It was up around the helmet of Lung. He did not make any contact. It's 0-2. Keeler with 6 strikeouts and 5 in the 3rd innings, looking to strike out Lung and put 2 away. But Ohio Christian trying to mount a rally in the late innings. Bullpen is active again for Ohio Christian. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a fly ball hit into right field. Martinez coming in on. He makes the catch, coming in on. Runner at third base. Crane does not come in to score. He holds at third, and a strong throw by Martinez back to the catcher Ocasio keeps Crane at third, and an unproductive out from Lung. There are 2 outs, and it brings up Par Rockhold.
Now batting number 24, Par Rockhold.
Back-to-back flyouts to right field induced by Jack Keeler. Rockhold, the last ray of hope for Ohio Christian, looking to keep the rally going in the 6th inning for the Trailblazers. First pitch, fastball, swing, and a foul tip into the glove of Ocasio. It's 0-1. Runner at third is Crane. 5-1, Fort Lauderdale leads with 2 outs in the top of the 6th. Keeler having a long look into his catcher Ocasio, and he resets. The sun is set at Plantation High School. 0-1 the count as Rockhold steps out of the box for a moment, steps back in, he's ready, and Keeler is ready. From the windup, 0-1 pitch, swing, and a foul tip right back behind home plate. It's an 0-2 count. Keeler in the driver's seat. No balls, 2 strikes. The 0-2 pitch on the way. And as a pass ball gets away from Ocasio, and coming in to score with a head-first slide is Crane. And Ohio Christian does get that run in. It's 5-2 with 2 outs in the 6th. So, with no runners on, it takes the pressure off of Keeler. That's the good news, but the bad news is the run comes in to score, something that Keeler did not want to do, because rather going to the bottom of the 6th with a 4-run lead, it's a 3-run lead currently. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Par Rockhold. Fastball just misses outside. 1-2. 2-2. Keeler with the count even to Rockhold. He deals to the lanky right-hander Par Rockhold. 2-2 pitch, swing and a chopper to third, over the third base line, foul, and they reset. Jack Keeler is fortunate because that was a slow roller up the third base side. For Fort Lauderdale in the bottom of the 6th, it'll be Eric Scott, followed by Wilbert Javier Vargas and Justin Martinez, the 9-1-2 hitters. And basically the beef of the Fort Lauderdale batting order. The count is still 2-2 to Par Rockhold. 2 runs in for Ohio Christian in this inning. It's 5-2 Fort Lauderdale. 2-2 pitch, fastball, and a strikeout on the swing and a miss from Rockhold to end the inning. 7 strikeouts for Jack Keeler, and if that is his last batter, he finishes off a good night. 6 innings pitch, 7 strikeouts, 2 runs given up as Fort Lauderdale leads 5-2. We head to the bottom of the 6th inning where Fort Lauderdale with a 3-run lead. They have the 9-1-2 hitters coming up, looking to add on to this lead. The first game of this doubleheader. Bottom of the 6th inning.
Now batting number 14.
Eric Scott to lead off for Fort Lauderdale, the 9th place hitter. Fort Lauderdale with their final at-bats in the first game of this doubleheader, provided Ohio Christian doesn't come back to tie. The stat line looks as such. Fort Lauderdale, 5 runs, 6 hits, no errors. Ohio Christian University, 2 runs, 5 hits, 1 error. Ohio Christian just put across 2 runs in the top half of the 6th inning, and that's where we currently stand. 5-2. Eric Scott is batting for the 3rd time. New pitcher for Ohio Christian, the 3rd of the night. It's Trey Blakeman. And Scott looks at a first pitch fastball for a called strike. Number 13, Trey Blakeman, the right-hander. He's a freshman. The 0-1 pitch and a swing and a foul tip into the glove of the catcher Glandon. 0-2. Ohio Christian looking to keep it a 5-2 ball game. and get ready for the second game of this doubleheader if possible. Scott on the 0-2 pitch, ground to the short, bobbled a little bit by the shortstop Nichols, throw to first base, just in the nick of time. A strong throw across the diamond from Seth Nichols to retire Scott for out
now
number 1.
Batting number 3, Wilbert Javier
As
Vargas.
Scott grounds out 6-3 for the second time in a row. 1 out, and it brings up Wilbert Javier Vargas.
JD Flyboy.
Vargas is 3 for 3 in this game. A couple of infield hits, and he's also singled to left field. 1 out in the bottom of the 6th. Fort Lauderdale leads 5-2. As Vargas looks at a first pitch changeup down low for ball 1. Vargas came into this game batting .308, third overall on the Fort Lauderdale batters in batting average. There's a changeup that runs low again to Vargas. It's 2-0. Base is empty for the Eagles. Blakeman looks into Glandon. The 2-0 pitch on the way to Vargas. Changeup down and in. 3-0. So Vargas in the control of the count. 3 balls, no strikes. The 3-0 pitch way outside, ball 4, with a slider that slides way
now
too much.
batting number 40, Justin Martinez.
Vargas on base for the 4th time tonight. And the first walk allowed by Blakeman, 6th walk allowed by Ohio Christian pitchers tonight overall. So the runner at first base is Wilbert Javier Vargas after the walk. Here's Justin Martinez with Fort Lauderdale leading 5-2 and 1 out in the bottom of the 6th. Martinez looking to get Vargas over. Will he bunt here? Remains to be seen. Vargas is a base stealer. Vargas does not show bunt, and the slider's a called strike on the outside corner below the knees. 0-1. It was about 79 to 80 degrees when the game started. The temperature's dropped about 5 degrees since the game started. And it's only going to get a little bit cooler as the night goes on, of course, because we're approaching nighttime. Throw over to first base, Vargas back safely. Gets back in with a head first slide. Throw over to first again, Vargas back safely again. Trey Blakeman, the third pitcher for Ohio Christian tonight. The 0-1 pitch, the slider grounded to short, fielded by Nichols. He's got it. Throw to second for 1. Throw to first. Double play to end the inning. The third double play that Fort Lauderdale has hit into tonight, and the third 6-4-3 double play that they've hit into. This one by Justin Martinez. We go to the 7th inning, where Fort Lauderdale holds on to a 5-2 lead, and they'll be looking to get the win plus the save. Who will they have come out to the mound? We'll find out when the 7th inning begins at Plantation High School and on the UFTL Sports Network. Jack Keeler is through after 6 solid innings of work,
Now
giving up
batting number
only
20,
2 runs
Thompson.
with 7 strikeouts and 6 innings pitched, no walks. In to close it for Fort Lauderdale is number 37, Francesco Greco, facing the 8, 9, and 1 hitters. Carter Glandon, Seth Nichols, Carter Smith. First pitch on the way, swinging a ground ball, foul, and it's 0-1. Actually, rather it being Carter Glendon. The batter is number 20. The batter is number 20, Asher Thompson. It's no balls and 1 strike. The pitch from Greco to Thompson. Swing and hit into center field. Vargas says he's got it as he drifts back for it and makes the catch on the line drive with a lot of arch under it. 1 away in the top half of the 7th inning. So it brings up Seth Nichols. With 1 gone at the top of the 7th inning, Fort Lauderdale 2 outs away from a victory over Ohio Christian University in the first game of this doubleheader. First pitch, fastball up high for ball 1 to Nichols. One ball, no strikes. Swing and a foul back behind home plate by Nichols, 1-1. Nichols in this game is 1 for 2. He's struck out looking and he's singled to left. But he's done no damage tonight. 1-1 pitch. Fastball right there at the knees for a called strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Remnants of orange and yellow left in the sky as the sun sets in its final stages at Plantation High School. Swing and a miss on the changeup out in front of home plate. Ocasio has to go to first to complete the play, and that's out number 2 as Greco gets a strikeout. 2 outs in the top of the 7th inning. Fort Lauderdale 1 out away.
Now batting number 2, Carter Smith.
Carter Smith, the leadoff man, is up to bat with 2 outs in the top of the 7th. This is the last hope for Ohio Christian to try and mount a rally, down 5-2. Smith, first pitch fastball, called strike at the belt. 0-1. A good night for Jack Keeler starting on the mound. 6 innings pitched, 2 earned runs, 7 strikeouts, no walks. 0-1 pitch. Swinging a bouncing ball, hit the short right to Muir. Across the diamond to first base, and that's all. A 1-2-3 perfect save inning for Francesco Greco. And Fort Lauderdale takes the first game of this doubleheader 5-2. They get enough runs, and they get excellent defense, both pitching and fielding. They beat Ohio Christian University in the first game of this doubleheader 5-2. Second game will begin in about a half hour's time, which is basically the rule of how doubleheaders work in this league. So we'll be underway with the second game at around 7 p.m. Until then, sit back, get up, and take a break. I know I will. 5-2, the final score of the first game of this doubleheader between Fort Lauderdale and Ohio Christian University at Plantation High School on the UFTL Sports Network. David Griffith signing off for now, but I'll be back. All right, welcome back to Game 2 at Plantation High School, the second game of this doubleheader.
Batting number 2, Carter Smith.
Carter Smith to lead off for the Ohio Christian Trailblazers as we begin the second game of this doubleheader. Fort Lauderdale won the first game 5-2, going up against starter Josh Crawford, who's been the ace of this Fort Lauderdale team so far. The first pitch, line drive, and caught at first base by Josh Tibbs. One pitch, and that's all Carter Smith sees, and he's set down immediately. One away. A line out to the first baseman Tibbs. Brings up number 3.
Now batting number 3,
Trey Henry. First pitch from Crawford to Henry, and there's a called strike on the inside corner with a fastball to Henry. No balls and 1 strike. After Henry, it is Colton Lee. 1 out in the top of the first inning. Bases empty. Fastball again. Inside corner again. Same location for Crawford. It's a quick 0-2. Crawford coming into this game with a 1.50 ERA and a 1-0 record. Swing and a foul back behind home plate. The catcher for this game for Fort Lauderdale for the second game is Brandon Riera. It was Alexis Ocasio for the first game. It's Riera for the second one. Strike 3 called on the inside corner. A fastball again from Crawford, and that's all for Henry.
Now batting number 23, Colton Lee.
Brings up Colton Lee, number 23. Lee, number 23, has a nice ring to it. 2 outs in the top of the first inning, and the bases are empty for Ohio Christian. No score. Second game of this doubleheader. We got underway a little before 7. Second game started a half hour after the first game ended, and the first pitch fastball is low to Lee, 1-0. One ball, no strikes. The pitch to Lee is taken on the inside corner. A fastball again from Crawford. It's 1-1. 1-1 pitch, swing and lifted out into right field. Out goes Martinez. He comes in on it and he makes the catch to end the inning. A quick 1-2-3 inning for Josh Crawford as he makes short work of Ohio Christian. We will head to the bottom of the first. Fort Lauderdale will have their first at bats with Wilbert Javier Vargas, Justin Martinez, and Ryan Reifenberg.
Wilbert Javier Vargas.
So after Crawford makes short work of Ohio Christian in the top half of the first inning, Fort Lauderdale comes to bat with their first time in this doubleheader with no score in the bottom of the first. Wilbert Javier Vargas, Justin Martinez, and Ryan Reifenberg, the outfield for Fort Lauderdale, leading off against number 33, Tanner Pop of Ohio Christian. And Pop's first pitch to Vargas is a fastball on the outside corner for a called strike. It's 0-1. Pop ahead in the count, 0-1. The pitch to Vargas on the way, swing and a line drive hit into deep right field. Back on the move and making the catch, backing up.
Now batting number 40, Justin Martinez.
Is Ohio Christian, one away in the bottom of the first. It brings up Justin Martinez. Vargas gave it a good ride, a lot of air under that one, but is out number 1. So 1 out. Tanner Pop facing Justin Martinez with 1 out in the bottom of the first and no score. Second game of the doubleheader, and Martinez looks at a fastball low for ball 1. Pop ahead in the count, behind in the count, 1-0. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Fastball, call the strike on the outside corner at the knees. 1-1. 1-1 pitch on the way, swinging a bouncing ball over the head of Pop, but he corrals it with his glove. Throw to first base in time for out number 2. Nice job by Pop. He got his full arm extension on that one, and he got it over to Caleb Lee at first base for out number 2 as Martinez grounds out 1-3. It brings up the left fielder, Ryan Reifenberg. I was told very specifically on how to pronounce that name, Reifenberg with 1 F. 2 outs in the bottom of the first with the bases empty and no score. Reifenberg looks at a slider inside for ball 1. The 1-ball offering from Pop, and there's a called strike to Reifenberg. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Fort Lauderdale back into winning ways with their win earlier tonight. A 5-2 victory after dropping 5 straight games on the road and starting off the season 3-0. 1-1 pitch, line drive, left field, down the left field line, foul and out of play. He gave it a good ride though, Reifenberg did. The count is 1 ball and 2 strikes. Pop delivers the 1-2. Swing and a foul tip back behind home plate. Still 1-2. On deck is Josh Tibbs should Reifenberg reach. Tibbs with a home run into straightaway center field in the first game. The 1-2 pitch to Reifenberg, swing and lifted into right center field. Looking up into the night sky is Ohio Christian, and they put it away for out number 3, and that's all for Fort Lauderdale in the top half of the bottom half of the first inning. We go to the top half of the second with Josh Crawford back on the mound for Fort Lauderdale. No score, both sides set down 1-2-3 at the start.
Now batting number 1, Spencer Crane.
Spencer Crane leading off the top half of the second inning. Josh Crawford back to work. No score. Both teams went down 1-2-3 in the first inning. Crane awaits the first pitch from Crawford, and it's a fastball low below the knees for ball 1. The 1-ball offering from Crawford, bouncing ball right side, foul, over the line. 1-1. Crane in left field awaits the 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 1-2, no contact made. 1-2. On deck is Carter Hyde, and then after him it's the third baseman Bryant Lung. 1-2 pitch. Fastball, strike 3 called right at the knees. 2 strikeouts for Crawford, and both of them have been looking.
Now batting number 12, Carter Hyde.
So that's all for Crane as he strikes out looking. The second strikeout for Crawford in this game brings up Carter Hyde, the right fielder. And a first pitch is taken for a called strike with the fastball around the knees. The Hyde, it is no balls, 1 strike. On deck is Bryant Lung, the third baseman. Crawfish looks into Riera. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball misses inside. It was good enough with the height, but a miss inside based upon the location with the corners. 1-1. 1 out in the top of the second. Bases empty for Ohio Christian. No score. 1-1 pitch, grounded foul off to the right. And it's 1-2. Fort Lauderdale with a doubleheader tomorrow, starting at 11 a.m. at Northeast High School in Oakland Park. 1 ball, 2 strikes is the count. Crawford, did he go around? Yes, he did. It is a strikeout for Crawford yet again as Hyde went around and couldn't hold up. It goes as a strikeout swinging, and the
Now batting number
third strikeout
41, Bryant
for
Lung.
Crawford, and the second straight strikeout for him. 2 outs and the bases empty in the top of the second for Bryant Lung with no score. The first pitch from Crawford is a ball on a fastball that drops below the zone. 1 ball, no strikes. Crawford deals, fastball at the knees. That's a called strike, 1-1. Nothing but night skies at Plantation High School. This game started with the sun still in the sky. The first game of the doubleheader did. Fastball misses in tight. It's 2-1. Two balls, 1 strike, swing and a miss. Change up down in the dirt. Lung can't hold up. And the count is even at 2-2. Crawford deals at 2-2. Strike 3 called on a slider that comes right back to the middle of the plate. Strikes out the side. Crawford does. He has 4 strikeouts through the first 2 innings. We go to the bottom of the second inning. No score. 6 up, 6 down for Crawford on a roll early. Bottom of the second inning, and the second game of this doubleheader at Plantation High School. Josh Tibbs to lead off, the fourth place hitter, and playing first base against Tanner Pop, who went 1-2-3 in the first inning for Ohio Christian, and Tibbs looks at a first pitch slider for a strike. Pop looking into his catcher, Caleb Haller. The 0-1 pitch to Tibbs. Slider, inside corner, gets the call. Strike two. And Pop is in the driver's seat, 0-2. No balls, two strikes. Tibbs needs to protect the plate. The 0-2 pitch from Pop. Fastball, miss. Looked pretty good. Tibbs with a good take on it, but it misses just off the inside corner, 1-2. Pop delivers the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him with a slider. Tibbs down, swinging.
Now batting number 2, Adelin Kubalet.
Pop with his first strikeout of the night. One out in the bottom of the second, and that brings up Adelin Kubalete with the bases empty. Adelin Kubalete in the first game got Fort Lauderdale started offensively with a 2-run double into right center field in the bottom of the second. Here he is batting with one out in the bottom of the second in a scoreless game, and he swings and misses through the changeup. It's 0-1. Pop with incredible movement on both that slider and that changeup, the off-speed stuff. No balls, one strike. Pop awaits the pitch. Swing and a miss. He went to the fastball, and Kubalete is behind on it. Oh and 2, the Cube has to protect. Pop looks into his catcher, Haller. The 0-2 pitch on the way to Kubalete. Swinging a line drive, hit to second base. Fielded by Smith. He's got it. Throw to first base in time for out number 2. Carter Smith
Now batting number 51,
making the 4-3 put out, and it brings up Luis Ramos, number 51, the DH. 2 outs in the bottom of the second, and the bases are empty for Fort Lauderdale. Luis Ramos had one at bat in the bottom of the first inning when the starting catcher in the first game, Alexis Ocasio, was called back, and he takes a changeup down low for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Haller deals it. Changeup, misses inside and down, 2-0. Ohio Christian in those Dodger blue and white or royal blue and white, whichever one you prefer. 2-0 pitch to Ramos. Fastball, high, 3-0. Ramos with the first batter to have a 3-ball count on him with the bases empty in a scoreless game. Evan McDonald, the head coach of Ohio Christian, giving some vocal instructions, some commanding instructions to Tanner Pop, and there's a called strike to Ramos. It's 3-1. Ramos, the right-handed hitter, awaits the 3-1. It's on its way. Fastball, outside corner, 3-2. So you go from 3-0 to 3-2. Pop with the payoff pitch. Ramos swing and a miss. He got him with a fastball down at the knees. Second strikeout in the inning for Pop, and both of them have been swinging. No runs, no hits, no runners left on base. 6 up, 6 down for both sides. Third inning upcoming at Plantation High School on the UFTL Sports Network. Bottom three of the batting order for Ohio Christian in the top of the third inning. Par Rockhold leads off against Josh Crawford, and he fouls it off to the right, down the right field line, and it's 0-1. Not playable for Justin Martinez. It's Rockhold, and then the catcher Caleb Haller, followed by the ninth place hitter, the shortstop Shane Nichols. Crawford off to a flying start, 4 strikeouts in the first 2 innings. The 0-1 pitch to Rockhold, and it is a called strike 2 with a fastball on the outside corner at the knees. Oh and 2, Crawford deals it. Swing and a foul, not caught by Riera. It stays 0-2, a foul tip by Rockhold. Got just a piece of it. You could hear the iron hit the ball right before it went into the glove of Riera. 0-2 pitch, foul behind home plate. Still 0-2. Crawford has been the ace so far for Fort Lauderdale in terms of starting pitchers. Jack Keeler would beg to differ on that one. 0-2 pitch, slider struck him out swinging. 0-2 pitch, he went back to the slider.
Now batting number 25,
Crawford has
Caleb Haller.
5 strikeouts through the first 7 batters. And here's Caleb Haller, the catcher. With nobody on base and 1 man out in the top of the third, Haller takes a first pitch fastball in the inside corner for a called strike. The 0-1 pitch, fastball too high, 1-1. There's been wide corners for both pitchers so far in this game with all pitches. So it's a pitcher's zone for the second game tonight. The 1-1 pitch on the way, fastball, low, 2-1. It dropped below the knees, a good pitch by Crawford, but a good take by Haller. Bases are empty in the top of the third, no score. Fort Lauderdale and Ohio Christian, the second game of this doubleheader. 2-1 pitch, nice slider. Comes back on the outside corner, and it's 2-2. On deck is the shortstop Shane Nichols, the ninth place hitter. 2-2 from Crawford on its way. Swing, and did he go around? No. It's 3-2. The textbook definition of a swing, a check swing, is that if it goes past the plate, it's considered a swing. In the pros, it's strictly an umpire's discretion. 3-2 pitch, low and outside, ball 4. Haller is the first base runner for either side tonight.
Now batting number 16, Seth Nichols.
Brings up Seth Nichols, the shortstop, number 16. Runner at first for Ohio Christian with 1 out in the top of the third in a scoreless game. Nichols, the shortstop, he was a shortstop last game and also batted ninth. He is batting with a runner on, and we'll see if he bunts or if he decides to swing for the fences. First pitch to Nichols, slider outside, ball 1. Slider slid too much. 1-0 pitch, Crawford looks back to second. From the stretch, the delivery. Swing and a foul tip into the glove of Riera, 1-1. It was a fastball from Crawford, and he's utilized that fastball tonight. One ball, 1 strike. Crawford deals, runner goes, swing and a miss, throw down to second base, it is low, and it is in time to get him anyway. A low throw by Riera, and Aderlin Kubalete covering the bag at second base, digs it out, and makes the tag on Caleb Haller. The catcher tried to go, and there's 2 outs with nobody on base. The count is 2 balls and 1 strike to Shane Nichols. The pitch from Crawford. Slider. Strike 3 called, and the inning is over. It was a 2-2 count, actually, and Nichols strikes out for Crawford's 6th strikeout victim for the first 3 innings. We will head to the bottom of the 3rd, where Fort Lauderdale and Ohio Christian are 0-0 on the UFTL Sports Network.
Yeah, life is the only thing we need.
Chris Martin leading off the bottom of the 3rd for Fort Lauderdale, facing Tanner Pop, the starter for Ohio Christian. No score. The bottom 3 in the batting order for Fort Lauderdale, and Martin looks at a first pitch fastball for a called strike. No balls, 1 strike. The pitch to Martin is up and in for ball 1. Martin did not play in the first game, but here he is starting at 3rd this game for Eli Wilhelm. The changeup drops in the dirt, 2-1. Fort Lauderdale looking for their first base runner in this second game of the doubleheader. They've sent 6 batters to the plate. All 6 have been retired. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss as Martin is behind on the fastball. It's 2-2. Two and 2 is the count. Martin ready, Pop ready. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Fastball is high, and a good take by Martin. He holds up. 3-2. Martin with the full count, the second batter with a full count for Fort Lauderdale tonight. The 3-2 pitch, swinging a foul off to the right. That's to the left of the batting cages. Jake Case is on deck, followed by the catcher Brandon Riera. Case is a new addition to the game tonight. He got the first game off, as did Brandon Riera, and as a matter of fact, so did Chris Martin. 3-2 pitch, swinging a bouncing ball hit into center field, and that's a base hit for Martin. It went off the mound, and Martin is on base with the first hit of the game for either side, and the first base runner for Fort Lauderdale.
Now batting number 5, Jake Case.
Yes,
Here comes Jake Case with a runner at first base and the bottom of the 3rd and nobody out. Leadoff man on and Chris Martin. Case coming into this game batting just 143. This is his 4th game started and 8th game played. No score with a runner at first base. Case looking to get the runner up. Will he bunt here? We'll find out. There are no outs, so that seems like a likely possibility. The pitch from Pop. Pitch is high for ball 1. Throw to first base and safe is Martin. 1 ball, no strikes.
Let's go, Jay Slam.
Case against Pop. Tanner Pop, the starting pitcher in the 2nd game for Ohio Christian, already off to a better start than the previous start for Ohio Christian. Swinging a line drive in a right center field. That gets down for a base hit. Around second and on his way to third is Martin, and he makes it with a head-first slide. And a single for Jake Case puts runners at the corners with nobody out as it lands
number 21,
to the left of Par Rockhold. It brings up Brandon Riera, the catcher, with runners at the corners and nobody out. No score. Fort Lauderdale has a chance to put across the first runs of the night against Ohio Christian University. First game of the doubleheader took just under 2 hours, despite the beginning of the game being delayed by a few minutes. First pitch on the way low to Riera. Nice dig out of the dirt on the changeup by Haller. 1 ball, no strikes. OCU cannot afford to have any pass balls or wild pitches at this point with a runner in third, 90 feet from home plate, and nobody out. A scoreless game in the bottom half of the third. Riera ahead in the count 1-0. The pitch from Pop. Fastball outside, 2-0. Two balls, no strikes to Brandon Riera. Runners at the corners with Case at first, Martin at third. Pop looks over at third. The 2-0 pitch. Slider doesn't slide, and it's 3-0. It misses also high around the letters. Riera in full control. A 3-0 count on him. He doesn't need a swing at a 3-0 pitch. Pop looks over to third. The 3-0 pitch to Riera. Fastball hits the corner for a called strike. The outside corner. Knee high. 3-1. On deck is Vargas, who in his first at bat, he flied out to right. First baseman Colton Lee playing the bag right against the line. The 3-1 pitch, look out, inside ball 4, he walked him, and that loads him.
Now batting number 3, Wilbert Javier Vargas.
First walk allowed by Tanner Pop. Here's Wilbert Javier Vargas with the bases loaded and nobody out. As Tanner Pop has run into some trouble in the bottom of the third inning. He retired the first 6 guys in succession, 6 up, 6 down, and then there was a base hit to center field, a base hit to right center, and then a walk to Riera. Vargas batting for the second time. He saw 2 pitches against Pop, and that's all. Let's see what Vargas does here with his second at-bat. He had 4 hits in his first appearance, the first game. First pitch from Pop. Low with the changeup. It's 1-0. Looks over to third. Looks back to second. And from the windup, the 1-0 pitch. Swing and a check swing. Pop fly. First base side, giving chase to the second baseman Smith. He's underneath it, and he makes the grab for out number 1. And that's unfortunate for Vargas. He checked the swing, and he made contact. There's out number 1. So that brings up Justin Martinez, I believe. or are they going to bring in a pinch hitter with the bases loaded and a one-man out? It'll be a pinch hitter and
Now
Drew
batting
Powell.
number 17, Drew Powell.
Switch hitter Drew Powell.
This speech is my recital. I think it's very vital to rock around. That's right. On top.
It's a right-handed pitcher against a switch-hitting batter batting left-handed and Drew Powell. And Powell comes into this game with no batting average. Only his second game started, and he's due for a hit. With the bases loaded, one man out, and no score in the bottom of the third. Tanner Pop looking to slam the door shut on Fort Lauderdale. The Eagles looking for the first runs of this game. First runs of the second game of this doubleheader. Pop with one man out, infields in double play depth for Ohio Christian. First pitch, grounder to second. This could be two. Throw to second base for one. Throw back to first base. In time for a double play. So they bring in Powell, and unfortunately for him, he sees one pitch. He grounds into a 4-6-3 double play. What a job by Pop inducing the double play to end the inning. No runs, bases are left loaded, and no score after 3 innings. We go to the fourth. Josh Crawford back on the mound for UFTL on the UFTL Sports Network. Top of the batting order for Ohio Christian. Carter Smith leading off the top of the fourth with no score. Josh Crawford back to work. And he has been dealing so far 7 strikeouts through the first 9 batters, although he misses with that slider way out of the zone for ball 1. Crawford 7 strikeouts in the first 9 batters. Fort Lauderdale in the bottom half of the third. They had the bases loaded with nobody out, but they could not convert. 1-0 pitch, fastball out of the zone and wide, 2-0. On a kind of a crisp night here in South Florida. Temperatures in the mid-70s right now, but it was around 80 when the game began. Grounder to short, fielded by Jake Case, the shortstop, who's in for Chance Muir, who was the shortstop in the first game, goes across the diamond and makes a nice play for the putout. It was an off-balance throw, but Case made it look easy.
Now batting number 3, Trey Henry.
6-3 putout, and it brings up Trey Henry, 1 out in the top of the fourth. Trey Henry batting for the second time. His first at bat, he score. Fort Lauderdale coming to bat. Ryan Reifenberg leading off the bottom of the fourth against Tanner Pop in a scoreless game, the second game of this doubleheader. Reifenberg in his first at bat made an out, and he takes the first pitch strike. It's no balls and one strike. Fort Lauderdale had the bases loaded in the bottom of the third with nobody out, but they came up empty. The one strike delivery to Reifenberg, fastball at the knees, called strike two. A quick 0-2. Reifenberg against Pop. The 0-2 pitch from Pop on its way. Reifenberg grounds one to short. Fielded by Shane Nichols, moving over to his left, throw to first base, in time for the out to get the speedy Reifenberg.
Now batting number 19, Josh Tibbs.
Brings up number 19, Josh Tibbs, with one out in the bottom half of the fourth inning and no score. Tibbs in his first at bat, he struck out swinging. He homered in the first game in the bottom of the third to dead center field, making it a 3-0 lead for Fort Lauderdale. Pop in a scoreless bottom of the fourth in a scoreless game, throws to Tibbs. He swings and misses at the changeup down low. 1-0 or 0-1. One strike. I apologize if the live stream went down. We were down for about a minute, but you really didn't miss anything. The final out was made on a strikeout thrown by Josh Crawford. He has 8 strikeouts in 4 innings, but we're back up and running. Swing and a miss by Tibbs, and it's 0-2. On deck is the Cube, Aderlin Kubalete, who in his first at bat grounded out 4-3. Tibbs, the cleanup hitter and the first baseman, awaits the 0-2 pitch. Check swing, doesn't go around, and it's a changeup low for ball one. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Tibbs against Pop. Looking to get on base for Kubalete. Pop from the windup. The 1-2 pitch. No. Fastball just down and away. Looked pretty good, but Tibbs with a very precarious look at it. 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes. The payoff pitch from Pop. Swing and a miss by Tibbs, and that's all for him.
Now
He struck out
number 2,
swinging for the
Aderlin
second
Kubalete.
time. Third strikeout for Pop, and there's 2 outs in the bottom of the fourth for Aderlin Kubalete, the second baseman. Kubalete in his first at bat grounded out 4-3. Bases empty in the bottom of the fourth with 2 outs and a scoreless game. Kubalete looks at a changeup down in the dirt for ball one. Talk about 2 pitchers that are dealing. Both Josh Crawford and Tanner Pop are both aces tonight. The 1-0 pitch to Kubalete, swing and a pop fly, foul, out of play, over the lights, and look out. It lands in foul territory, out of play. The count is 1 ball and 1 strike. Kubalete with a 1-1 count. The pitch from Pop, swing and a bouncer to third. Nice stag by Lung. The throw to first base across the diamond is in time for the out. A nice 5-3 putout. Bryant Lung went into a dive to stop that one from going through the open hole. And it's another 1-2-3 inning for Tanner Pop. We head to the 5th inning of a scoreless game. And this game's going by in the blink of an eye. 5th inning upcoming and no score. Top of the 5th inning at Plantation High School. No score. Ohio Christian batting once again. The 5, 6, and 7 hitters, Hyde, Lung, and Rockhold against Josh Crawford. There's a check swing and a miss by Carter Hyde. It's 0-1. No runs, 2 hits, no errors for Fort Lauderdale. No runs, 1 hit, no errors for Ohio Christian. And there's a called strike again on the changeup from Crawford. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch from Crawford. Look out. Fastball way up and in. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. This game going by in the blink of an eye. We're in the top half of the 5th inning already, and this game is less than an hour old. 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. It gets by Riera, and that's a 90 feet, free 90 feet for Carter Hyde. He's in there on the wild pitch. It goes as a strikeout for
now
Crawford.
Batting number 41,
his
Brian
9th of
Lung.
this game. But it also goes as a wild pitch on Crawford. And safe at first base is Hyde to have the leadoff man on. The first time Ohio Christians had their leadoff man on in this game. And it brings up Bryant Lung, the 3rd baseman, the 6th place hitter. After him, it's Par Rackhold. No outs and a runner at first. Swing and a line drive foul off to the right. It's 0-1. Crawford from the stretch. The 0-1 pitch on the way. Fastball at the knees. And it's a quick 0-2. Throw over to first base and back in safely is Hyde, the right fielder. No score in this game. Runner at first base is Carter Hyde, who got on with the wild pitch after the strikeout. Fastball outside, 1-2. Basically a waste pitch, trying to make Hyde chase that one, but not going there. Long is the 3rd baseman. He was the 3rd baseman in the first game, and he's playing 3rd in the second game. He's getting his work in tonight. The 1-2 pitch from Crawford on its way. Swing and a miss. The changeup down in the dirt, and he can't go down to first base because of a runner already at first base. And that's the 3rd straight strikeout for
now
Crawford.
Batting number 24,
His 10th
Par Rockhold.
of the night. Or 9 strikeouts rather for Crawford. The next strikeout he gets will be number 10. There's a swing and a foul from Par Rockhold. It's 0-1. But 9 strikeouts through 4 1/3 for Crawford. He's registered over half the outs via strikeout. As a matter of fact, all except 3. 4 of them. 13 outs recorded, 9 of them by strikeout. Crawford from the stretch again, throws the fastball high up around the helmet of Rackhold. It's 1-1. Ohio Christian looking to advance that runner from first base. Crawford looking to hold on. Shows bunt. Rackhold does. He pulls the bat back and takes outside for ball 2. 2-1 to Rackhold. With the loss by Ohio Christian earlier tonight, the record drops to 1-5. Fort Lauderdale's record is 4-5, and they can get to 5-5 with a win tonight and get back to 500. The 2-1 pitch, fastball in tight, 3-1. Crawford has walked 1, and that was to Caleb Haller in his first at bat. Crawford needs to think about what he wants to do here because he has 3 balls on the hitter. 3-1 pitch, runner goes, swing and a jam shot to third. It is fielded by Martin. Throw to first base. It is in time for the out. Martin looked like he was unsure of what he wanted to do. He picked it up with his glove and then heaved it with all of his might to first base where Tibbs is, and that's all for Rackhold. Down to second base on the play goes Carter Hyde. So 2 outs in the top of the 5th inning for Caleb Haller, the catcher, with a runner at second base for Ohio Christian in a scoreless top half of the 5th inning.
Now
Scoreless
batting
game
number
overall.
25, Caleb Haller.
Haller walked in his first plate appearance. Two outs. First pitch fastball is up and away to Haller, 1-0. Justin Malden, the pitching coach, is coming out to the pitcher's mound. Josh Crawford saying to him, "I'm good." You can hear him saying that from all the way over here. Malden wants to go out and have a chat. The rest of the infield staying put. Malden heading back to the dugout. Crawford appears to be all right. He's confident that he can finish up the inning. You'd like for Crawford to go through the rest of this inning and possibly through the next one because he has been dealing tonight. 9 strikeouts in all through the first 13 outs. 14 outs. Haller ahead in the count, 1-0 on the first pitch fastball that was up and in. Crawford looks back to second base. Check swing. Did he go around? No. 2-0. Certainly looked like he did. Fort Lauderdale dugout is trying to make their point known that he went around, but to no avail. 2-0. Justin Malden, most upset out of anybody. 2-0 the count. Fastball, belt high, called a strike. So the count is 2-1. It probably should be 1-2. 2-1 to Caleb Haller. On its way, swing and a miss. Another belt high fastball, and Haller swung through nothing but air that time. And it's 2-2. Went from 2-0 to 2-2. Crawford looks back to second. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Fastball, no! It was belt high, and Crawford started to head off the mound. So did Brandon Riera, started to leap from behind home plate, but they say miss. Not by a lot, though. Missed by about half an inch, if that. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Crawford looks back to second base again. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a foul tip into the glove of Riera with the slider, and that's all for Ohio Christian in the top half of the 5th inning. 10 strikeouts for Crawford, and he has done his job tonight. Bottom of the 5th coming up. Fort Lauderdale looking for the first run of the night. Ramos, Martin, and Case coming up.
Sí, gracias, tío.
No score, bottom of the 5th inning. Tanner Pop back on the mound for Ohio Christian. Fort Lauderdale bringing their 6, 7, and 8 hitters to the plate. Luis Ramos, Chris Martin, and Jake Case. No runs, 2 hits, no errors for Fort Lauderdale. No runs, 1 hit, no errors for Ohio Christian. Swinging a foul tip into the glove of Caleb Haller from Luis Ramos. It's 0-1. Fort Lauderdale's best opportunity was the bottom of the 3rd where they had the bases loaded and nobody out. Then there was a check swing pop out and then a double play to end the inning as Ramos looks at a fastball low for ball 1. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. One and 1 from Ramos. Swing and a miss on the changeup. Ramos out in front of it. It's 1-2. Pop ahead in the count, 1-2. The pitch, swing and a miss. Ramos sent packing for the 2nd straight time.
Now batting number 12, Chris Martin.
That brings up Chris Martin. 4th strikeout for Tanner Pop, all of them by swinging.
Life is the only thing we need.
Chris Martin had the first hit for Fort Lauderdale, leading off the bottom of the 3rd with a base hit to center field. With 1 out in the bottom of the 5th, Fort Lauderdale could use a base runner in a scoreless game. Slider on the inside corner, called a strike. It's 0-1. No balls, 1 strike. The pitch on the way to Martin. Slider inside corner again in the same spot, and it's a called strike 2. 0-2 to Martin. Pop deals the 0-2. And no swing, and fastball misses out of the zone. Ball 1. Missed outside. Not by a lot, though. Good take by Martin. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch from Pop. Swing and a foul back behind home plate. Tapped foul. It stays 1-2. These two teams meet tomorrow starting at 11 a.m. at Northeast High School in Oakland Park on a neutral site. Not sure for the reason, but from what I can assume, I think that Plantation High School might have a game here tomorrow. Or actually, there's school tomorrow, so that makes sense. There's a swing and a miss. The pitch is down in the dirt. They have to go down to first to complete the play, and they do.
Now batting
the 5th
number 5,
strikeout
Jake Case.
for Tanner Pop, and that makes it 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th with Jake Case coming to the plate. Case in his first at bat singled to right center field. 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. Bases are empty. No score. Fort Lauderdale and Ohio Christian slugging it out. The first pitch to Case, and he hesitated on the swing, and he decided to finally swing a little bit too late. 0-1. Case awaits the 0-1. It's down in the dirt for ball 1. It gets behind home plate, but nobody on base. 1-1 to Jake Case, the shortstop. Fort Lauderdale dugout giving some encouragement to Case. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss again. Went back to the slider, and Case is helpless to hold up against it. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Pop looking to strike out the side. Looks into his catcher, Haller. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a line drive. Foul. Past the bag at third. And almost caught by the the third baseman, Bryant Lung. It stays 1-2. But Case made good contact with it, though. So again, the 1-2 offering from Pop. He steps off the mound. He was taking a long look into Haller, so he has to reset. Case does the same thing. So again, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the payoff from Pop. Swinging a pop fly down the right field line. It's in foul ground and not caught out of play. Still 1-2. Only 3 hits combined between these two teams. 2 for Fort Lauderdale, 1 for Ohio Christian. Pop looks into his catcher Haller again. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes again to Jake Case. The 1-2 pitch, fastball outside, 2-2. So Case runs the count even. Pop looking to strike out the side. He has 5 strikeouts on the night, all swinging. The 2-2 pitch, fastball in tight and high, 3-2. Should Case get on base, it'd be Brandon Riera. Three balls, 2 strikes. Full count to Case. 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th in a scoreless game. The pitch on the way, swing and a foul on the first base side and caught by Lee. Colton Lee, the first baseman, he puts it away. And that's all for Fort Lauderdale in the 5th inning. Fisted foul by Case. We will head to the top half of the 6th inning. Still no score. And Josh Crawford back on the mound for UFTL. The 9, 1, and 2 hitters, 2 up for OCU in the
Now batting number 16.
top half
Seth
of the
Nichols.
6th inning. No score in this contest. Shane Nichols leading off against the starting pitcher for Fort Lauderdale, Josh Crawford. 10 strikeouts through 5 innings. He had 10 strikeouts through 6 innings in the first game that he pitched, which was Fort Lauderdale's home opener against Trinity Baptist. He has he's walked 1 in this game. First pitch, fastball inside corner and a called strike, belt high, despite the fact that Nichols had to jump out of the way of it a little bit. 0-1 pitch, swinging a bouncing ball, first base side, fielded by Tibbs. The first baseman takes it to the bag himself unassisted, calls off Crawford, and that's out number 1 in the top half of the 6th inning.
Now batting number 2, Carter Smith.
Nichols set down fairly quickly, and here comes Carter Smith, the second baseman, and the leadoff hitter for Ohio Christian. The Ohio Christian Trailblazers 1-5 in this game after their loss to Fort Lauderdale in the first game of the doubleheader. One out in the top of the 6th, bases empty, no score. Smith against Crawford. Swinging a bouncing ball foul, third base side. 0-1. Smith is 0 for 2 in this game. He's lined out to first, and he has ground out to short. And Smith actually lined out on the first pitch of the game, the very first pitch of the game that Crawford threw. Josh Crawford really hasn't had to labor all that much. He's given up only 2 base runners, 1 hit and 1 walk, but that's all. Or 3 base runners. The other one in the last inning was by a wild pitch after a strikeout. Smith takes a fastball down low. It's 1-1. So 3 base runners allowed by Josh Crawford only. He's been dealing tonight. I don't think pitch count is really that much of a concern for him. Fastball in the dirt and a swing and a miss by Smith. It's 1-2. Nowhere close to being a strike, but Smith couldn't help himself. 1-2. Crawford deals the 1-2. Swing and a pop fly on the infield. Coming in on as a shortstop, Jake Case. He looks up into the night sky, into the very bright lights, and he makes the catch for out number 2. And he can thank Chris Martin, the third baseman, for indicating where that ball was in the air. 2 outs, and it brings up Trey Henry,
now batting number 3,
the left fielder.
Lee.
Trey Henry has the only hit for Ohio Christian in this game, and that was an infield hit to third. First pitch is low for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes to Henry with 2 outs in the top of the 6th inning, and the base is empty. And no score. Swing on the ground, hit to Case, the shortstop. He's got it. Throw to first base, and a perfect peg to first base, and that's all for Ohio Christian in the top half of the 6th inning. A 1-2-3 inning for Josh Crawford again. 6 strong innings for him, and he is dealing through 6 innings. We head to the bottom of the 6th, where Brandon Riera, the catcher, will lead off for Fort Lauderdale in a scoreless game. We've got a pitching duel at Plantation High School. It's the bottom of the 6th inning. Brandon Riera leads off for Fort Lauderdale against the starter, Tanner Pop. Ohio Christian had their 9-1-2 hitters hit in their offensive half of the 6th inning, so it's only fitting Fort Lauderdale gets to have the same, starting with Brandon Riera. First pitch swinging, and it's a miss on the fastball from Riera. 1 strike. It's a scoreless game, and it's been a pitcher's duel all throughout. Both starting pitchers refusing to give an inch. 0-1 pitch. That time it's a changeup from Pop, and it's 0-2. So Pop in the driver's seat. No balls, 2 strikes. The pitch to Riera. Swinging a bouncing ball to third. Fielded by Lung. Throw across the diamond to first is perfect. Eye level for the first baseman, Colton Lee. 1 away.
Now batting number 3, Wilbert Javier Vargas.
Here comes Wilbert Javier Vargas.
JD Flyboy.
He reached base safely 4 times in the first game, including 3 hits. His last time he was up, he popped out to the second baseman. He takes a slider for a called strike. It's 0-1. 1 out in the bottom of the 6th. Fort Lauderdale and Ohio Christian are scoreless at a classic pitcher's duel. The 1-strike pitch to Vargas. Fastball low, 1-1. Pop looks into his catcher, Haller. The 1-1 pitch to Vargas. Fastball low. 2-1. Two-one pitch on the way to Vargas. Swing and a miss on the high fastball. Way high. 2-2. That was near eye level. Count is even for Vargas. Vargas looking to get on for Justin Martinez, who's back in the on-deck circle. 2-2 pitch swing, and that's a bouncing ball in the left field for a base hit past the reach of the diving shortstop Shane Nichols. Moving to his left on the dive.
Now batting number 40, Justin Martinez.
So Vargas with a base hit. A much-needed base hit for Fort Lauderdale, and it brings up Justin Martinez. Only the third hit for Fort Lauderdale in this game. 4 hits in all in this game. 3 for Fort Lauderdale, 1 for Ohio Christian. And also 2, before this inning started, 3 base runners apiece for either side. 2 hits and a walk for Fort Lauderdale. 1 hit, 1 walk, and 1 wild pitch after a strikeout for Ohio Christian. Throw over to first base and Vargas back in safely. So Martinez will swing at anything good as he awaits the first pitch officially from Tanner Pop. The throw over to first again. Vargas back safely. Runner at first, 1 out in the bottom of the 6th inning. Fort Lauderdale and Ohio Christian scoreless. UFTL looking for the first run of the night. And with the way this game has gone, 1 run might just be enough. First pitch to Martinez, swing and a foul, backing out of play. So the 1-strike offering to Justin Martinez coming from Tanner Pop. The 0-1 pitch as Vargas goes. Pitch is high, taken for a ball. Throw to second base, not in time. Vargas has the steal. 1 ball and 1 strike to Justin Martinez, but Vargas is in scoring position. And with a fast runner, a well-placed ball in the outfield, as long as it falls, could be enough to bring Vargas home. As Fort Lauderdale looks for the first run of this game in the bottom of the 6th. 1-1 to Martinez with Ryan Reifenberg on deck. Pop looks back to second. The 1-1 pitch to Martinez. Throw back to second base. Vargas with a big lead at second, but he's back in safely with a headfirst slide. Fort Lauderdale, undefeated at home so far this year, a perfect 4-0, looking to improve their record of 5-0 with a win tonight. But they need more runs than Ohio Christian. They have exactly the same, no runs apiece. The 1-1 pitch is down low, and it gets away from Haller, heading down to third base, and standing there at third is Wilbert Javier Vargas on the pass ball from Caleb Haller. And it's 2 balls and 1 strike to Justin Martinez. And the go-ahead run is 90 feet away from home plate. It's only the second time Fort Lauderdale has gotten a runner to third. The other time was when the bases were loaded in the bottom of the third with the bases loaded and nobody out, but they could not score any runs. There was a pop out and then a double play. Martinez awaits the 2-1. Vargas at third. Martinez shows bunt, gets the bunt down. Here comes Vargas to throw to home plate. It gets away. Vargas comes in to score. Heading down to second base. Off the bat throw is Martinez. He makes it there, standing up. Fort Lauderdale takes a 1-0 lead. Martinez with a surprise bunt on the squeeze play, and it works. Fort Lauderdale has a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the 6th as they catch Ohio Christian napping on that one. And they finally put across the first run of the game.
Now batting number 0, Ryan Riffenberg.
It brings up Ryan Reifenberg, the third place hitter and the left fielder, with Fort Lauderdale leading 1-0 with the first run of the night. Reifenberg in this game 0 for 2. In his last at bat, he grounded out to short. With a runner at second base, he has a chance to bring that runner home. That's Martinez, who's also a speedy runner, the right fielder, as Pop looks back to second base. First pitch on the way to Reifenberg, swing and a little chopper right to the second baseman Smith. Throw to first base is in time to retire Reifenberg. Over to third goes Martinez.
Now
And Fort
batting,
Lauderdale
number 19, Josh
has
Tibbs.
a runner 90 feet away from home plate again. And here comes Josh Tibbs for the third time tonight. He struck out swinging twice. Pop has 5 strikeouts, all swinging. So 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th inning. It's a 1-0 lead for Fort Lauderdale with a runner at third base and Josh Tibbs at the plate. The run scored on the sacrifice bunt, basically a suicide bunt from Justin Martinez. Vargas came in to score from third off the error from Ohio Christian. Pop's first pitch to Tibbs is low in the dirt for ball 1 on the changeup. 1 ball, no strikes. Pop looks at Martinez at third. The 1 ball offering to Tibbs. On its way. Fastball misses outside and up. 2-0. Fort Lauderdale looking for an insurance run here. They have a run in the inning already. That extra run could prove to be doubly beneficial. One 0 Fort Lauderdale leads in the bottom of the 6th. Pop behind in the count 2-0. The pitch low in the dirt, 3-0. Nice snag by Haller to keep it from getting away from him. So Tibbs can ease up a little bit ahead in the count 3-0. Should he get on base, Aderlin Kubalete would be on base. And it looks like they'll intentionally walk him to get to Kubalete. So an intentional walk on the second walk allowed by Pop. It brings up Aderlin Kubalete.
Aderlin Kubalete.
Runners at the corners for Fort Lauderdale with 2 outs and a 1-0 lead for them. They have a run scored in the bottom of the 6th inning, this inning. And Aderlin Kubalete, who is 0 for 2 in this game, a ground out to second and a ground out to third. He can add on an extra insurance run for Fort Lauderdale with a hit. As Pop has 2 outs, looking to keep it a 1-run game as the runner goes, swinging a fly ball hit to center field. Back goes Rockhold. He squares up and he makes the catch in center field to end the inning. Fort Lauderdale strands runners at the corners. They leave 2 men on at first and third, but the most important thing is to put it across the run on the suicide squeeze on the bunt from Justin Martinez. We go to the 7th inning, and let's see who comes out to the mound for Fort Lauderdale as they have a 1-0 lead and look to close it out and get the sweep in the doubleheader on the UFCL Sports Network. So, top half of the 7th inning, Ohio Christian trails 1-0, and they're down to the final 3 outs. Fort Lauderdale not playing around. They send Josh Crawford back on the mound to try to get 3 more outs and get the complete game. He's pitched well. He's pitching a 1-hit shutout.
Now batting number 23.
Only
Colton
3
Lee.
base runners allowed. 1 by a hit, 1 by a walk, and then 1 by a wild pitch after a strikeout. Facing Colton Lee, the third place hitter and the first baseman. He fouls off the first pitch to the screen behind home plate. It's 0-1. Crawford looking to get the complete game shutout and the win. The 0-1 pitch, swing and lifted down the left field line. Reifenberg gives chase along with the third baseman Martin. It is out of play over the fence, and it's a quick 0-2. Colton Lee in this game officially is 0 for 2. He's flied out to right and he's flied out to left in foul ground. And Crawford is in the driver's seat with 2 strikes on Lee. After him, it's Spencer Crane and then Carter Hyde. The 0-2 pitch, swinging a line drive, hits to right field. Martinez barely has to move. He makes the catch for out number 1 off the hard-hit line drive by Colton Lee as he flies out to right field for the second time tonight. It brings up Spencer Crane. With 1 out in the 7th inning, Fort Lauderdale needs 2 more outs.
Number 1,
down
Spencer
1-0. Crane the DH. He struck out twice, once looking and once swinging. Crawford 10 strikeouts against 1 walk in 6 1/3 innings. First pitch, swinging a foul tip back behind home plate for Crane. 1 strike. Crawford came into this game with a 1.50 ERA. It is certainly lower than that now with the way that he has pitched all throughout the night. And he's barely had to labor through anything either. He's never had to deal with more than 1 man on base at a time tonight. 0-1 pitch, fastball in the dirt, and swing and a miss from Crane. 0-2. Crawford is rolling. He's been rolling all night long. 0-2 from Crawford. The pitch on the way. Swing and a foul back behind home plate. It was in on the hands of Crane, but he got just enough of it to stay alive. And it's 0-2. Crawford working quickly. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. A fastball down in the dirt. Riera has to go down the first base to complete the play. That's easy enough, as Crawford gets strikeout number 11 on the night. And now Fort Lauderdale 1 out away from Josh Crawford having a complete game shutout. It's up to Carter Hyde to keep Ohio Christian's dreams alive for any type of rally. Hyde, the right fielder, he has struck out swinging twice in this game. 2 outs in the top of the 7th inning and the base is empty. Fort Lauderdale leads 1-0. The first pitch from Crawford, fastball high, up around the numbers. 1-0. Crawfish with this win would go to 2-0 on the year, and he delivers the 1-ball pitch. Fastball at the knees, called a strike. 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Crawford working quickly. He's in a comfortable groove. Slider too far inside. 2-1. He's gotten those corners all night long, but did not get one that time. 2-1 is the count. Crawford with the pitch. Fastball at the knees, and despite it being dropped by Riera, it's a called strike 2. Crawford 1 out, 1 strike away, 1 out away from a complete game shutout. A 1-0 Fort Lauderdale lead, and the amazing thing is they were ahead 1-0 despite only having 3 hits. Ohio Christian not faring any better, only 1. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss! He got him with a changeup down below the zone, and Crawford does get that complete game shutout with his 12th strikeout of the night. Crawfish with a complete game, and Fort Lauderdale also wins the game 1-0. They do it with a suicide squeeze on the bunt by Justin Martinez in the bottom of the 6th inning that scored Wilbert Javier Vargas from third off of the error. And Fort Lauderdale gets the sweep in the doubleheader today, 5-2 and 1-0. And great, give the credit to Tanner Pop for pitching a great game, 6 innings pitch. He pitched a complete game also, but alas, he lost the game because of an error. It was not anything that he did necessarily. It was that Fort Lauderdale had timely hitting. Fort Lauderdale improves to 500 to go to 5-5. Ohio Christian drops to 1-6 on the year. Both teams meet tomorrow at Northeast High School in Oakland Park starting at 11 a.m. Neutral field. Good night, everybody, from Plantation High School. This is David Griffith, and you've been listening to Fort Lauderdale Baseball on the UFTL Sports Network. And until we meet again, good night, everybody.